Zohar For All, Introduction of the Book of Zohar, Article Hochma, Wisdom, on which the world stands. Item 40. Bereshit, in the beginning, is in Hochma, wisdom, on which the world stands, on which the world, Zeir Anpin, stands, to enter the high hidden secrets in the light of Binah. Here, the six great upper edges are engraved, Vak of Binah, from whom everything comes, and from whom six origins and streams, Vak of Zeir Anpin, were made to bring them into the great sea, Malchut. That is, bara, created sheet, is implied in the letters of Bereshit, since six edges were created from here. And who created them? The one who is not mentioned, that hidden one who is not known, Arich Anpin. Explanation. There are two Hochma in Atzilut. The first Hochma of Arich Anpin, is called Hochma Stima'a. 2. The Hochma of the 32 paths. This is Bina that rises to the Rosh of Arich Anpin, where she becomes Hochma to bestow upon Zeir Anpin. It was said, Bereshit is in Hochma. It is so because Reshit, beginning, is the name of Hochma, but not the first Hochma, that of Arich Anpin, but Hochma on which the world stands, the Hochma of the 32 paths that the world, Zon, stands on, from whom it receives and in whom it exists. But Zeir Anpin cannot receive anything from Hochma of Arich Anpin himself, and the world was not created by her. Hence, Bereshit bara, in the beginning God created, refers to the Hochma of the 32 paths, which is Bina that returns to being Hochma through her ascent to Rosh of Arich Anpin. When the Zon, the world, receive from the Hochma of 32 paths, they rise to upper Abba and Ima, and Abba and Ima are called the high hidden secrets. This is why it was said, Hochma on which the world, Zeir Anpin, stands, to enter the high and hidden secrets. Stands means obtainment of mochin. The Zon exists through the mochin that he receives from the Hochma, and through her they rise to the high and hidden secrets, which are Abba and Ima, clothing them, meaning becoming like them, since the lower one that rises to the upper one becomes like him. It was said, here the six great upper edges are engraved, Vak of the upper Bina, that is, bara, sheet, since Bereshit has the letters of bara, sheet, and the six edges are Vak. The great upper six edges were engraved in this Hochma, from whom all are emanated and emerge. As it is written, you have made them all in wisdom, Hochma. It is so, because this Hochma is Binah that came out of the Rosh of Arich Anpin. because Abba took Ima out because of the sons, and Abba himself is set up as a kind of male and female. Hochma of Arichanpin and Abba of Atzilut set themselves up as a kind of male and female through the Malchut that rose to them in the place of Bina. Hence, Bina herself departed from Rosh of Arichanpin and from Abba, and became Guf of Arichanpin, without a Rosh. Since while she stands in Guf of Arichanpin, she could not receive from Gar of Arichanpin, and became Vak, devoid of Gar. Thus, the Bina was carved and became 6 edges without a Rosh. Here, the 6 great upper edges from which everything comes out were engraved. Since Vak without Gar were carved in Hochma of the 32 paths, who is Bina, due to her exit from Rosh of Arichanpin. Afterwards, through Man from the lower ones, she returns to Rosh of Arichanpin and receives Gar of Hochma from Arichanpin, and she gives to Zon, who gives the abundance to all the worlds. Thus, all the worlds come out of those 6 edges that were carved in Bina. And the reason why he calls them the great upper Vak is that they are Bina, like the letters of Bina, which are called great letters. From them, 6 origins and streams were made to bring them into the great sea, Malchut. This is so because the carving of 6 edges, while the Bina is outside Rosh of Arichanpin, is called 6 origins, as they are only the origins of Mochin of Zeranpin. Afterwards, upon her return to Rosh of Arichanpin, they become Mochin of Gar, which are called streams for Zeranpin. Then they become 6 streams, as it is written, "He will drink from the brook by the wayside. Therefore, he will lift up his head." And then Zeranpin imparts them upon the great sea, his Nukva. It was said that the 6 origins were made of the Vak, the 6 great upper edges of Bina. These are Vak of Zeranpin, of Katnut, and the streams are the Mochin of Zeranpin. To bring them means to impart into the great sea, to Nukva. And the reason why Vak of Katnut, of Bina, are called origins of Mochin is that Bina went out to be Vak of Katnut, only to become a source for imparting Mochin upon Zon. Had Bina not gone out, they would be unfit for any Mochin. It was said, Barashit, created 6. Created points to Vak without a Rosh, since the word created means blocking. Thus, 2 issues are implied here in the word Bereshit. One, Hochma, for Reshit, first or beginning, indicates Hochma. 2, Barashit, to show that 6 edges without a Rosh were created out of Hochma. And these are the origins of Mochin for Zon. They are called world, and they are the 7 days of creation. And who created them? The one who is not mentioned, that hidden one who is not known, Arich Anpin. Since the word bara is in Bereshit itself, who is it who created it? He says about it that it is hidden. He says about it that it is that hidden one who is not known. Hochma Stima of Arich Anpin, since he took Bina out of his Rosh and made her Vak, creating these 6 great upper edges implied in Bereshit.
Lock and Key 41. Rabbi Hiya and Rabbi Yossi were walking along the way. When they arrived at a certain field, Rabbi Hiya said to Rabbi Yossi, "You're saying Barashit, which is implied in Bereshit, is so indeed, since the 6 upper days, which are only Vak of Bina, impart upon the Torah Zeranpin, and not more. The others, Gar of Bina, are hidden." Explanation. The Torah is Zeranpin. The 6 upper days are Vak of Bina, who are above Zeranpin. He says that for this reason, Barashit was implied in the word Bereshit, since Bereshit implies to Bina, that returned to being Hochma in order to bestow upon Zeranpin. And because Zeranpin is not receiving Gar of Hochma from her, but only Vak of Hochma, the letters Barashit are implied in this Hochma in Bereshit, indicating that Zeranpin receives from her only Vak of Chochma. But the others, Gar of Bina, are hidden, because Gar of the Chochma remains hidden for Zeranpin, and he does not attain them. It is known that Atik was established in Tzimtzum Bet, the second restriction, who raised the bottom hay to his Nikve Enaim to emanate upon Partzuf Arichanpin. Hence, Keter was divided into 2 halves, where Galgalta and Enaim remained in Nukva of Atik, and half of the bottom Keter, Achap, was established as Partzuf Arichanpin. It is considered that the bottom hay is operating Nikve Enaim in Atik, and Yud, K, Vav in Achap, which are Arichanpin. This is so because the bottom hay of Havaya is missing in Arichanpin. Hence, there are only the first 9 in Arichanpin, lacking Malchut. And only Ateret Yesod of Arichanpin complements him to 10 Sfirot. Also, Malchut was hidden in Nikve Enaim of Atik, and all the Partzufim of Atzilut were imprinted from them. All the Partzufim were divided into 2 halves, where Galgalta Enaim is a part and Achap a part. Since Bina was divided into 2 Partzufim, where Galgalta Enaim in her were set up as upper Abba Ve'ima, and the Achap in her as Yeshsut. Thus, the bottom hay is in the Nikve Enaim of Abba Ve'ima, and Yud Kei Vav without the bottom Hey are in Yeshut. They lack the Malchut because their Malchut remained in Nikvei Naim of the upper Abba Ve'ima, as in Atik and Arichanpin. Also, Galgal Te'enaim were established as the great Zon in Zon, and Achap in the small Zon, while Malchut remained the great Nikvei Naim of Zon, and the small Zon have only the first 9 without Malchut, with only Ateret Yesod complementing their Malchut, just as in Atik and Arichanpin. Thus, as the Keter was divided into 2 halves, Gar and Zat, Bina and Zon were divided too. The bottom Hey remained in the Gar of each, and in the Zat there are only Yud Kei Vav without the bottom Hey, and only Ateret Yesod of Malchut complements them instead of Malchut. Therefore, the upper half of each degree remains unknown, like Partzuf Atik, where the bottom Hey does not descend from their Nikvei Naim in Gadlut as well. This is so because although in Gadlut they bring back the Achap of the Kelim to them that were missing, they still do not extend the Gar of lights due to the bottom Hey on which there was the first restriction, Tzimtzum Aleph, which is hidden in them to not receive Hochma. Hence, they always remain in light of Chasadim, pure air, Avira Dachya. However, only the bottom half of each degree extends the Gar of lights and the time of Gadlut, at the time of Gadlut, when the Yud comes out of their Avir and they return to being light of Chochma and Gara. Because of it, it is considered that the Partzufim of Gar that extend in the 5 Partzufim of Atzilut are regarded as merely Vak of Chochma and remain deficient of Gar de Chochma. This is so because the Gar of each Partzuf do not receive Chochma, but Vak of each Partzuf. For this reason, there is only Vak of Chochma in these Mochin. It was said that the 6 upper days impart upon the Torah Zer Anpin, and not more. Zer Anpin has only 6 days Vak of Mochin from the upper Mochin. But the others, Gar of Bina, are hidden, Gar of Mochin are concealed, and they are hidden even in the Partzufim above him, since only the Vak of the upper Partzufim have Mochin.
Item 42. But in the essay Bereshit, it was said that that hidden Holy One engraved a carving in his intestines, in Bina, of one hidden one, the Nukva of Atik, who is dotted in the embedded dot, the point of Malchut of Tzimtzum Aleph, which rose to Bina and took a chap of Arichanpin out of his Rosh. That carving that was engraved in Bina was engraved and hidden in her, as one who hides everything behind one key. And the whole of that one key is hidden in one palace. And even though everything is hidden in that palace, that key is the most important, because that key closes and opens. Explanation. The holy hidden one, Arich Anpin, who is called the holy Hochma Stima'a, hidden Hochma, engraved the carving of a lack of a chap of kelim in his intestines, in Bina, of one hidden one, the internality of Nukva of Atik. Dotted means the correction of the Masach for a zivug. At the embedded dot means in a circle, in Malchut of Tzimtzum Aleph, the middle point on which there was the first restriction. This is different from the Masach that is set up with Ateret Yesod, as is with the Vak of all the Partzufim, since a Masach of Ateret Yesod is called the point of settling or settlement, and not by the name, the middle point. It is so because Arich Anpin is engraved and becomes deficient of his gar through the internality of his superior, Nukva of Atik, who is set up with the bottom hay in her Nikve'enaim. It was said that that engraving that was carved in Bina was carved and hidden in her, as one who hides everything behind one key. A key is Malchut of Ateret Yesod, set up in every Vak of the Partzufim of Atzilut. This is so because in the Partzufim of Vak, the Yud comes out of their Avir, air, and they become Or, light, meaning that the Masach descends from their Nikve'enaim to the Peh and brings the Achap back to the degree. At that time, once they have a chap of kelim, they acquire gar of lights too. For this reason, the masach in Nikve'enaim is regarded as a key, because it closes the partzuf from illumination of gar while it is in Nikve'enaim, and reopens it with lights of gar when it descends back to its place, to the peh. For this reason, it is called the opening of the eyes. It was said that there is concealment in her, as one who hides everything behind one key. It is so because, although Atik itself was engraved in the bottom hay, the carving that was engraved in Arich Anpin by Atik is unlike the carving of Atik itself. Since Arich Anpin was carved through a miftacha, key, Ateret Yesod, lacking the Malchut. It follows that only Ateret Yesod governs in Nikve'enaim of Arich Anpin and not the bottom hay. Thus, the air of Arich Anpin is known because it is set up with a key. But the air Avir of Atik is not known because the Malchut of the middle point is in him, and she does not extend gar in him. It is not perplexing that they are saying here that there are Galtainaim in Arich Anpin, and we said above that there is only a hap in him, half of the bottom keter, since with regard to Atik, he only has a hap. But with regard to himself, he is Galtainaim, devoid of a hap.
It was said that the whole of that key is hidden in one palace. This is so because Arich Anpin emanated to Upper Abba Ve'ima and engraved for Abba and Ve'ima too, lacking gar of lights and a chap of kelim. Also, they are the palace in which all the lights of gar were hidden, gar of Neshama, gar of Hiya, and gar of Yehuda. Anpin extended the bottom hay of Atik into this palace too, as well as himself, who is the key. And even though everything is hidden in that palace, the heart of everything is in that key. The palace, Bina, is a palace for Hochma, in which there are gar and vak. The bottom hay governs her gar, and the miftacha, the key, Ateret Yesod, governs her vak. And although everything is hidden in that palace, even the bottom hay from Atik, still the heart of everything is in that key, in Ateret Yesod. This is so because Vak of Bina, Yeshsut, vak without Rosh of Gar are the only ones in which the concealment is discerned. However, in Gar of Binah, Abba ve'Ima, where there is the bottom hay in Nikve Enayim, there the Gar is not missing, because the Chasadim of the upper Abba ve'Ima are as important as Hochma and Gar. Also, the closing and opening are done by the bottom hay in Nikve Enayim, or when she rises to Nikve Enayim, she closes the Mochin of Gar, because then the Partzuf remains deficient of a chap of Kelim and Gar of lights. And when she descends from Nikve Enayim to the Peh, she opens the Mochin of Gar to shine in the Partzuf. For then, she brings back the Achap of Kelim and Gar of lights to the Partzuf. Thus, only the bottom hay herself closes and opens. But since the opening of Mochin is not in Gar, but only in the Zat, in which the bottom hay does not govern, but rather Ateret Yesod, the Miftacha, the key, and the Gar of each degree, where the bottom hay governs, they always remain in the unknown Avir, air. Therefore, the closing and opening are attributed to the key and not to the bottom hay.
Item 43. There are many hidden treasures in that palace, one atop the other. Within that palace, there are gates that were made for concealing, made to block the lights. They are 50, carved into 4 directions, and they became 49 gates. Since one gate has no side, and it is unknown where it is, above or below. For this reason, that gate remained hidden. Commentary. There are 3 kinds of Gar: Gar of Neshama, Gar of Hiya, and Gar of Yechida. And in each of these 3 kinds of Gar are innumerable details. This is why it was said, many hidden treasures in that palace, one atop the other. When the bottom hay is in the Nikve Enayim, all those degrees are hidden and unknown. Also, there are gates that were made for concealing, made to block the lights. They are 50. Gates are receptacles for lights. There are 2 discernments in them. 1, while they are still blocked, when they are closed, they are blocked and receive nothing. 2, when they are open and receive lights from the upper one. When the gates of the palace are blocked, they number 50. But with respect to opening the gates, they are only 49. The number 50 is because 10 sfirot are essentially only 5 sfirot, kachabtum. But Tiferet consists of vak, hence they are 10. Thus, when each of the 10 sfirot comprises 10, they are 50. They are carved into 4 directions and become 49 gates because the closing and opening is not done in the bottom hay, but only in the miftacha, in the key, Ateret Yesod. It follows that carving, meaning the carvings that are suitable for reception, were not done in all 5 Sfirot Kachab, but only in the 4 Sfirot Kachab Tiferet, and not in Malchut. And 4 times 10 are 40. However, Malchut contains 10 Sfirot Kachab as well. It follows that she too can receive from the Miftacha to her first 9, down to her Ateret Yesod. Hence, there is carving here to 49 Sfirot, 40 from the 4 Sfirot Kachab Tiferet, each of which consists of 10, and the first 9 from the Malchut, which includes 10. It follows that it is missing only the Malchut of Malchut. This is why it was said, 1 gate has no side, and it is unknown where it is, above or below. This is the reason why this gate remained blocked. The Malchut of Malchut, the 50th gate, the actual bottom hay, who descends from Einaim to Peh at the time of Gadlut. And even though the bottom hay descends from Nikveh Einaim of upper Abba Ve'ima to the Peh, and their Rachap are with Yeshut, that cloth over them, they join Abba Ve'ima into a single Partzuf. At that time, lights of Gar are drawn into them, which is why Abba Ve'ima receive nothing of the lights of Gar and remain in pure air, as though the bottom hay has still not descended from their Nikveh Einaim. It therefore follows that with regard to Gar of Bina, who are upper Abba Ve'ima, it is unknown whether the bottom hay still stands at their Nikveh Einaim above, since they are still only in light of Chasadim as before, or whether the bottom hay descended from Nikveh Einaim to the place of the Peh, since they elevated their Kelim of Achab along with Yeshut, and impart the Mochin of Gar of lights to Yeshut. It necessarily follows that the bottom hay descended into the Peh in such a way that if we look from the perspective of upper Abba Ve'ima, it seems to us that the bottom hay is in the Nikveh Einaim. And if we look from the perspective of Yeshut, we see it below, in the Peh. It was said, 1 gate has no side, for it is Malchut of Malchut, the actual bottom hay. It is not known whether it is above or below, because with respect to Abba Ve'ima, it is above, and with respect to Yeshut, it is below. For this reason, that gate remained blocked. It follows because of that, Malchut of Malchut did not open at all, and it is blocked as during the time of Katnut, as prior to her descent to the Peh. This is so because the opening of the gates was done only in Yeshut, in which the bottom hay is missing and the Ateret Yesod is used in them in her stead. However, in upper Abba Ve'ema, in which the bottom hay is operating, they remained blocked of Gal as before. This is why that gate remained blocked. You should know that even though the 50th gate is the Malchut of Malchut, it is only with respect to the Kelim, the vessels. But with respect to the lights, it is regarded as Gal of the Mochin, since because of it, upper Abba Ve'ema remained in light of Chasadim without Gal, as did all the upper ones. Thus, the blocking of the 50th gate causes a deficiency of Gal of Mochin in all the degrees, and there is only Vak of Mochin in them. We learn that all 50 gates of Bina were given to Moses, besides one. This is the deficiency of Gar of Mochin, since these Gar of Mochin will shine in the worlds only at the end of correction.
44. Within those gates, there is one lock and one narrow place in which to insert that key. It is neither inscribed nor apparent, but only according to the inscription of the key, who do not know in the narrow place, but only in that key. It is written about it, in the beginning God created. In the beginning is the key, in which everything is hidden, and this is what closes and opens. 6 gates are included in that key, which closes and opens. When it closes those gates and includes them within it, it is certainly written in the beginning, a disclosed word within a hidden word. Created is a hidden word everywhere, indicating that the key closes and does not open. Explanation. The bottom hay in the Nikveh Naim is called Manula, lock, since it locks the lights of Gal that cannot illuminate in the Partzuf, as long as it stands above in Nikveh Naim. It was said that within those gates there is one lock and one narrow place, the Yesod in the bottom hay, at the 49th gate of the Kelim. This is so because the actual bottom hay, Malchut of Malchut, is the 50th gate, and the Yesod of Malchut is the 49th gate, in which to insert the key. This is so because the Miftacha, Ateret Yesod of the Mochin, which lowers the bottom hay from Nikveh Naim to the Peh, enters the Yesod of the bottom hay, and the Partzuf in lights of opens in lights of Gal. This is why Ateret Yesod is called Miftacha, key. It is neither inscribed nor apparent, but only according to the inscription of the key, who do not know in the narrow place, but only in that key. The Miftacha is Ateret Yesod of the Mochin and enters its corresponding Bchina in the bottom Hey, Yesod of Malchut, the Manula, which is the bottom Hey. It is not inscribed to conceal and to lock the Gal, but only according to the inscription of the key, which governs Zat of Binah, Yeshut, but not in itself, in the bottom Hey that governs Gal of Binah, upper Abba Ve'ema, who are always regarded as complete Gal. Also, the Manula is inscribed to open only in Yesod of Mochin. By that, it follows that they do not know in the narrow place, but only in that key. Knowing means extending of Mochin, since the Mochin were extended only in the Miftacha, in Zat of Binah, where the Miftacha operates, meaning in Ateret Yesod. However, they remain unknown in the place of upper Abba Ve'ema, who are Gar of Binah, where the Miftacha is not operating, but the bottom Hey herself. It follows that even though the actual bottom Hey is unknown, whether it is above or below, it is still enough to be known for Yeshut, since through her it opens in Mochin of Gal. This is so because there are only Yud He Vav in Yeshut, without Malchut. And Ateret Yesod serves as a Masach in him instead of the Malchut. And the Mochin too, which lower the bottom Hey from Nikveh Naim to the Peh, operate only in Masach of Ateret Yesod, since there is no closing and deficiency of Gal in the bottom Hey at all for her to need to open, since she operates in Abba Ve'ema, who are always Gal. And since the whole concealment and closing were only in Ateret Yesod, which operates in Yeshut, it follows that only the Ateret Yesod of Mochin is the Miftacha to lower the bottom Hey from the Enaim to the Peh, meaning only in the fine kelim, which are made by the power of the Masach of Ateret Yesod like them. This is why he concludes that they do not know in the narrow place, but only in that key. That is, the Mochin reach only the kelim of Yeshut, which come out from the Miftacha, Ateret Yesod, and not to Abba Ve'ema, the bottom Hey, Malchut of Malchut, the actual Manula. The word Bereshit, in the beginning, which is Hochma, contains within it only the Miftacha, Ateret Yesod, the 49th gate of the Kelim, and does not include the 50th gate of the Kelim, the Malchut of Malchut. This is why it was said, Bereshit, it is the key in which everything is hidden. With it, everything is blocked in Katnut. Also, it closes and opens, closes all the Mochin in Katnut, in the bottom Hey in the Enaim, and opens them in Gadlut, to bring down the bottom hay from Nikve Enaim to the Peh. The difference is that for this reason, the opening of Hochma, implied in the word Bereshit, is only for the vak of the degrees, which are the kelim of that key. But the mochin of Bereshit do not shine for the gal of the Partzufim, since their kelim are not from the miftacha, but from the bottom hay. 6 gates are included in that key, which closes and opens. Since the gal of the mochin are absent in it, and it opens only zat of the mochin, where each of the zat has only vak, and they are 7 sfirot vak. It follows that the miftacha, the 7th sfira, Ateret Yesod, contains only 6 gates within it. This is why it was said 6 gates are included in that key which closes and opens, thus indicating that it extends only vak of mochin. It was said in the beginning a disclosed word within a hidden word. Created is a hidden word everywhere. Kept, which the key closes and does not open. In other words, in the beginning indicates Hochma, which is a disclosed word. But when it is said, in the beginning God created, it means that the Hochma has disappeared and became concealed. It was said in the beginning, a disclosed word within a hidden word, since the word created is written after it, and created is a hidden word everywhere. Thus, in the beginning God created means that the Chokhmah has been hidden. It follows that the meaning is closing and not opening, that the Chokhmah was hidden and was not disclosed yet.
BeAvraham 45.
Article BeHibaraam BeAvraham 45. Bara, created, is a hidden word that indicates that the key closes and does not open. And while the key closes with the word bara, the world was not, it did not exist, and Tohu was covering everything. While this Tohu was dominating, the world was not and did not exist.
Please read it again.
Again, item 45. Bara, created, is a hidden word that indicates that the key closes and does not open. And while the key closes with the word bara, the world was not, it did not exist, and Tohu, chaos, was covering everything. While this Tohu was dominating, the world was not and did not exist. 46. When did that key open the gates and was prepared to be used and to produce offspring? When Abraham Chesed arrived, as it is written, these are the generations of the heaven and the earth when they were created. Do not pronounce it BeHibaraam, when they were created, but BeAvraham, in Abraham. Then all that was hidden in the word bara, the letters, the kelim, were used again, and they opened to listen. Then the pillar that produces offspring came out, the holy foundation organ on which the world stands, since bara, created, has the letters of Eval. And when did that key open the gates and was made ready for use and for bearing offspring? There are three things in this question. Opening the gates means the descent of the bottom hay from Nikveh Naim to the Peh, at which time the 49 gates open in Mochin of Hochma, being made ready for use in clothing of Hochma in light of Chasadim. The Chap could not receive the Mochin of Hochma, even though they already conjoined in Galgalta Naim into a single degree. This is so because without clothing of Chasadim, me would not shine in Ele, and Ele would still be concealed in the name. And it is considered that the Mochin were not yet made available for use in the lower one. To produce offspring means begetting souls, since once Zanpin receives those Mochin in full, he mates with the Nukva and begets the souls of the righteous. And he replies, when Abraham came, having been entirely hidden in the word bara, the letters were reused. Abraham, Chesed of Zoranpin, of Gadlut, at which time Chesed became Hochma. And before Abraham came, everything was hidden in the word bara, and Tohu, Zon, governed the world. Also Zon had neither Chasadim nor Hochma. And when Abraham came, meaning the light of Chesed that is imparted in Zanpin, the gates were opened in abundance of Hochma, since the bottom hay descended from Enaim to Peh. Rishut bonded with Abba Ve'ima into a single degree, and the Gal of lights were drawn to Ishsut, meaning light of Chochmah. And since Zeranpin had already had light of Chasadim from Abba Abraham, light of Chochmah clothed in light of Chasadim, the letters Ele bonded with me, the name Elokim was complemented, and the Mochin clothed in Zeranpin. This is why it was said that when Abraham came, the letters were reused, meaning that Mochin of Chochmah were drawn into the Chasadim and clothed in Zeranpin, and the pillar that produces offspring came out. Since then, the bottom hay descended from Nikveh Naim to Peh, and it too obtained Bina. Also, Zeranpin and Nukva, of whom he was deficient, are called new Nehi in him, with Yesod of Gadlut, which is called a holy foundation organ on which the world stands, since through this organ he imparts upon the Nukva, who's called the bottom world, begetting the souls of the righteous. 47. When this Eval organ is inscribed in the word Bara, the upper hidden one inscribes another for his name and honor. This is the Me, and he created Ele. Also, the holy blessed name, Ma, was inscribed and took out Eval from the word Bara. It is inscribed in Ele from this side and in Eval from that side. The hidden one, Ele, exists and Eval exists. When one is completed, the other is completed. He carved the letter He for this Eval and carved the letter Yod for Ele. Now the Zohar details the Mochin of Zeranpin, which it previously introduced in general. It says that when the Eval is inscribed in the word Bara, the upper hidden one inscribed another for his name and honor, meaning Me. This is so because the Eval is Yesod and Atara, crown, and Bara indicates the closing of the Gal by the ascent of the bottom He to Nikve Naim. The Atara of the Eval is inscribed in the bottom He in Nikve Naim. Just as the Manula, the bottom He, is inscribed in the inscription of the Miftacha, Ateret Yesod. It is considered that that hidden upper one, upper Abba Ve'ima, who are inscribed in the bottom He, have now made another inscription in their Manula, the inscription of the Miftacha, who is the Atara of the Eval. Then Me is regarded as poised for a question, worthy of receiving man, lowering the bottom He from the Enaim and elevating the letters Ele to them, the Achap, with which the Gal of lights are extended. But before the bottom He was inscribed in the inscription of the Eval, there was no extension of Gal, because the bottom He herself is the 50th gate, which does not open with Gal. Hence, before they are inscribed in the Miftacha of the Eval, they are not called Me, because they are not poised for a question. And when this Eval was inscribed in the word Bara, when the bottom He in the word Bara received the inscription of Eval, who is the Miftacha, the upper hidden one, inscribed another inscription for his name and honor. And this is the Me. Then Abba Ve'ima inscribed the Miftacha in the bottom He, in their Nikve Naim, to be worthy of being called Me, meaning poised for a question, and to extend Mochin of Gal. since the mochin are extended only in the inscription of the Miftacha. He bara ele, meaning that after the manula in the word bara was inscribed with the reshimo of the Miftacha, the evar, and became mi, then mi created ele. This means that the bottom hay descended from nikve'enaim to the peh and raised the chab, the letters ele, to the rosh. And gar were extended. He created ele means concealment, since there is still no clothing of chasadim in them. And the letters ele that rose are still hidden in the name and cannot be revealed without clothing of chasadim. It was said that the holy blessed name too, Ma, was inscribed and elicited eval out of the word bara. Malchut that descended from the enaim to the peh is called Ma, because the lower world is called Ma. This is the masach that was previously in nikve'enaim. Now it came down to the peh. The zivug was made on her, and she elicited the level of chasadim, a light of blessing. By that, it brought out the concealment of the word bara and made it eval, yesod that gives chasadim. It was said that the holy blessed name too, Ma, was inscribed and elicited eval from the word bara, since the light of chasadim was still absent in the letters ele, to clothe in them, hence ele were still hidden in the name. Thus, through the light of the blessing of Ma, the blocking of bara was opened and became a giving eval. It is inscribed in ele from this side and in eval from that side. Now 2 degrees are discerned in them, one opposite the other, since ele are achap with the mochin of Hochma, which are still deficient of chasadim on this side, and eval, yesod, that received the level of chasadim from the ma, stands opposite him on that side, deficient of Hochma. It was said that the hidden, Holy One, ele, exists, and evar exists, since ele, that obtained the mochin of Hochma, who is called holy, is concealed in the partzuf on this side, and opposite it stands evar at the level of chasadim in the partzuf. When one is completed, the other is completed, since both went out through the descent of the bottom hay from nikve'enaim to the peh. Since the evar went out by the ma in the peh, similarly, ele, who are achap, rose by the coming of malchut below them to the peh. It follows that when one is completed, the other is completed, because they come at once. He carved the letter Hey for this eval, and carved the letter Yud for ele, since Hey indicates the masach that yields only the level of chasadim without Hochma, as she is malchut. who is unfit to receive Hochma, but only Chasadim, while Yod indicates a Masach of a male, suitable for reception of Hochma. This is why he carved the letter Hey for this Eval with the Masach Ma, which extends only Chasadim without Chochma, and carved the letter Yud for this Ele with the Masach of a male who extends Chochma and not Chasadim.
48. When the letters awakened, Eval, Hey, and the letters Ele, Yod, to complete this side and that side, he elicited the letter Mem. One took the Mem to this side, next to the letters Ele, Yod, and one took the Mem to that side, next to the letters Eval, Hey. Thus, the holy name was completed, and the combination Elokim was made, and the name Avraham, Abraham, was completed too. This is why it was said that when one was completed, the other was also completed. And there are those who say that the Creator took the letters Mi and placed them in the letters Ele, forming the combination Elokim. And the Creator took the letters Ma and placed them in Eval, forming the combination Avraham. The word Mi implies to the 50 gates of Bina. Also, there is the letter Yod in the word Mi, the first letter of the holy name. And the word Ma implies to the holy name in Gematria, because Havaya filled with Alephs is Ma in Gematria. Also, in the word Ma, there is the second letter of the holy name Havaya, the letter Hey. It is written, happy is the nation whose God is the Lord. Havaya. It is written, and hangs the earth on Bli Ma, nothing, but also without Ma. This implies to the number Havaya filled with Alephs, which is Ma in Gematria. And then the two worlds existed, the next world in Yod, and this world in Hey. He created the next world with Mi, and he created this world with Ma. And this implies above and below. And then he produced offspring, and the name and a complete name came out, which was not so before. It is written about it, these are the generations of the heaven and the earth, BeHibaraam, when they were created, which is the letters of BeAvraham in Abraham. Since all the generations were hanging incomplete until the name Abraham was created. When that name Abraham was completed, the holy name was completed. As it is written, on that day the Lord God made earth and heaven. On that day made is the day when they were completed through the name Abraham. And then the name Havaya is mentioned. But the name Havaya was not mentioned in the Torah thus far. those two levels, the light of Hochma in Ele and the light of Chasadim in Ma, awakened to complete one another, to clothe in one another. Thus, once the Hochma clothed in Chasadim, he elicited Mem, the Malchut that receives from those two levels together. One took the Mem to this side, next to the letters Ele Yod, and one took the Mem to that side, next to the letters Eval Hey, and the holy name was completed, and the combination Elokim was formed, and so the name Abraham was also completed, since now these four letters Ele Yud, and also he carved the letter Hey for that Eval, and there are the four letters Eval Hey there. Thus, now the letters have completed each other, clothing the two levels, Hochma and Chasadim, in one another. And he elicited the Mem, Malchut, that receives from all of them. Then one took the Mem to this side, the side of the letters of Ele Yod, and one took the Mem to that side, the side of the letters Eval Hey. When the letters Ele Yod receive the Mem, the holy name is completed, and the combination Elokim is formed. And also the letters Eval Hey receive the Mem, and the name Avraham is completed too. And when that name, Avraham, is completed, the holy name is completed. For they are two levels, Hochma and Chasadim, which need each other. Hence the holy name was not completed before the name Avraham was completed.
החיזיון של רבי חייא, 49.
The vision of Rabbi Hiya, 49.
רבי חייא על הארץ,
Rabbi Hiya fell to the ground, kissed the ground, and wept. He said, "Dust, dust, how obstinate you are, how insolent. All that is coveted by the eye withers in you. All the pillars of light in the world you consume and grind. How impudent you are. The holy light that was illuminated in the world, the great ruler, the appointee over the world, whose merit sustains the world, is withered in you. Rabbi Shimon, the light of the light of the world, you wither in the dust, and you exit and leave the world. He wondered for a moment and said, "Dust, dust. Do not be proud, for the pillars of the world will not be given to you, since Rabbi Shimon is not withering in you." We should thoroughly understand the meaning of Rabbi Hiya's bow. The primary engagement of Rabbi Hiya and Rabbi Yossi, as they were walking along the way together, was in the blocked gate, Malchut de Malchut, which receives none of those upper mochin in the 6,000 years prior to the end of correction. Rabbi Yossi replied to Rabbi Hiya in the name of Rabbi Shimon that this gate stayed blocked indeed, and all the wholeness is only in the miftacha. This is what troubled them so. Finally, Rabbi Hiya came to a great awakening. Rabbi Hiya fell to the ground, kissed the ground, and wept. He said, "Dust, dust, how obstinate you are." He also said, "How insolent you are. All that is coveted by the eye withers in you." This is because through the sin of Adam Harishon, all the souls departed him and were taken captive by the klipot, who include all the souls in the world. In his repentance, Adam Harishon corrected only his own part, and even that, not completely. Past him, the souls are sorted each generation through repentance and good deeds until the end of correction. It follows that all those high souls from Yehuda and Gar de Hiya depend on the sorting and mating on the Malchut de Malchut, the blocked gate that has neither sorting nor mating. Thus, all those souls wither in the dust, which is the klipot, as it is written, "And behold the tears of the oppressed, and they have no one to comfort them." It is so because the klipa of the dust governs them with insolence and obstinance, sure of her strength, that there is no one who can save them from her hand. This is what Rabbi Hiya cried over, and said to the dust, to the klipot, "How obstinate you are, how insolent! All that is coveted by the eye withers in you." Since all those highest souls who were coveted by the eye rot in you, hopeless of being delivered from your hand. All the pillars of light in the work you consume and grind. All the righteous in the world who illuminate the world are lacking in completeness too, due to the captivity of those high souls, since all the souls are included in one another. It therefore follows that they too are consumed and ground by the insolence of this dust. In the holy light, Rabbi Shimon is not withering in you. First, he wished to say that Rabbi Shimon too was withering in this dust, since he heard from Rabbi Shimon, that he too agreed that this gate was blocked and was not to be disclosed. Afterwards, he wondered and said, Since Rabbi Shimon, the holy light, sustains and leads the worlds, how is it possible that he is not whole in his full completeness? After that, he wondered for a moment, meaning reconciled, and said that indeed, Rabbi Shimon is not withering in you, since he is certainly in complete wholeness. But he could not understand that possibility. 50. Rabbi Hiya rose and was walking and crying.
And Rabbi
Yossi was with him. He fasted 40 days since that day to see Rabbi Shimon. He was told, "You are unworthy to seeing him." He wept and fasted 40 more.
Another 40 days.
He was shown Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Elazar, his son, in a vision, engaged in this thing that Rabbi Yossi said in the name of Rabbi Shimon, and several thousands were listening to his name, to his words. In his agony for the beauty that was withered in the ground, he craved to see Rabbi Shimon's degree, because he had decided that Rabbi Shimon did not wither in the ground. 51. In the meantime, he saw several large and high wings, with Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Elazar atop them, rising to the seminary of the firmament. And all those wings were awaiting them. He saw that Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Elazar were renewed in their brightness and illuminated more than the light of the brightness of the sun. The upper seminary is the seminary of the Creator, and the seminary of the firmament is a seminary of Matat. Wings are the eagles that assist the soul in rising them from degree to degree. And as the soul needs the assistance of the wings for the ascension, it needs their assistance in bringing her back to her place. And all those wings were waiting them to bring them back. He saw them returning from the seminary of the firmament to their place, to the seminary of Rabbi Shimon. They were renewed with the brightness of the light of their faces, and they illuminated more than the sun, than the light of the sun. 52. Rabbi Shimon started and said, "Let Rabbi Hiya in, so he may see how much the Creator will renew the faces of the righteous in the next world. Happy is he who comes here without shame, and happy is he who stands in that world as a pillar who is strong in everything." Rabbi Hiya saw himself entering, and Rabbi Hiya, Rabbi Elazar rose, so did the rest of the pillars of the world who were seated there. They rose before Rabbi Hiya, and he, Rabbi Hiya, was ashamed and entered. He drooped himself and sat at Rabbi Shimon's feet. Rabbi Shimon hinted to him, "Happy is he who comes here without shame." He also saw Rabbi Elazar and the rest of the pillars of the world, that they were without shame. But Rabbi Hiya himself was ashamed because he withered in that dust and did not have the strength to overcome them. He was ashamed and went in, drooped himself, and sat at Rabbi Shimon's feet.
53. יצא קול ואמר, השפל עיניך אל
53. A voice came out and said, "Lower your eyes, do not raise your head, and do not look." He lowered his eyes and saw a light that was shining far. The voice returned as before and said, "The hidden and the blocked upper ones, whose eyes are open, who roam the entire world, look and see." Sleeping lower ones, whose light of the eyes is blocked in the holes of your eyes, awaken. After he obeyed lowering his eyes and not raising his head, he was rewarded with hearing this herald, for which he obtained all that he sought. The hidden and the blocked upper ones, whose eyes are open, who roam the entire world, look and see. Sleeping lower ones, whose light of the eyes is blocked in the holes of your eyes, awaken. The herald awakened those souls that obeyed the words of Rabbi Shimon, those who were there and those who were not there. The herald went out to all the souls of the righteous and divided them into two classes. 1. Holy upper ones, who are hidden and blocked, who were rewarded with opening of the eyes and with roaming the entire world. He called upon them to look and see, to extend the upper light together as one with the second class. 2. All those camps that go and are expelled after the Creator and His divinity go and are expelled from His divinity. He calls them lower ones, sleeping, whose light of their eyes is blocked in the holes of the eyes. He called upon them to awaken. 54. Who is so wise among you as to turn darkness into light, for whom the bitter taste is sweet even before he comes here, while he is still alive in this world? Who among you awaits the light each day, shining when the king visits the dough, at which time the glory of the king increases, and he is called the king of all the kings of the world. And one who does not expect it each day, while he is still in this world, has no part here. The herald emphasizes the essential merit that is desirable in each class. 1. To the merit of the first class, he says, which of you turns darkness into light, for whom bitterness tastes as sweet? These are the souls of Atzilut. In Biyah, God has made them one opposite the other, darkness opposite the light, and bitter opposite sweet. Hence, in the Torah of Biyah, there is fit and there is unfit, pure and impure, forbidden and permitted, holy and secular. But the Torah of Atzilut is entirely the names of the Creator. There is nothing secular there, since there Laban, the Aramean, is deemed a holy name, and so does Pharaoh. Also, there, all the names that are Klipot and Tum'ah in Biyah are only holy names, sublime. It follows that those souls that have been rewarded with the light of Atzilut turn every darkness into light and every bitter into sweet. 2. To the merit of the second class, he said, which of you expects each day the light that illuminates while the king visits the dough, at which time the glory of the king increases, and he is called the king of all the kings of the world. It is they who roam after divinity, who sits alone, and who always awaits for the Creator to raise divinity from the dust. And one who does not await that each day while he is in this world has no share here.
55. In the meantime, he saw many of the friends around all the upright pillars standing, and saw that they were being raised to a seminary of the firmament. Some were ascending, some were descending. And above them all he saw the winged one, Matat, approaching. While the herald was calling, he saw several of the souls of the righteous who belonged to those two classes around all the upright pillars. The souls of the righteous who are already in the seminary of Rabbi Shimon. He saw them rising to the seminary of the firmament. Some were ascending, some were descending. Since the first class ascended and the second class descended, this is why it was said, some were ascending, some were descending, as this is how they assist one another, following the calling of the herald, who said to the first class, "Look and see," and to the second class he said, "Awaken." He saw that by the awakening of all those souls by the two classes together, Matat came down from this seminary to the seminary of Rabbi Shimon and took the oath. And above them all he saw the winged one approaching and took the oath, since above them means the same as through everyone. And the winged one is Matat. 56. Angel Matat took an oath, which he heard from behind the curtain, that the king visits each day and remembers the dough that is lying in the dust. At this time, he kicks 390 firmaments, and all are startled and frightened of him. And the king sheds tears for divinity being in the dust. And the tears are as boiling as fire and fall into the great sea. And by the power of those tears, that appointee over the sea called Rahav stands and exists and sanctifies the name of the Holy King. Takes upon himself to swallow all the waters of Bereshit and gather them into him when all the nations assemble over the holy nation and the waters dry out and pass through land. He takes an oath that the king visits each day and remembers the dough that is lying in the dust. She is the holy divinity, although it is not referring to the whole of divinity, for there was no need to take an oath for that, since it is open to all. Rather, it is referring to Malchut of Malchut, which Rabbi Hiya believed was captive among the Klipot and was left completely alone. He wept and said, "Dust, dust, how obstinate are you? How insolent! All that is coveted by the eye withers in you. All the pillars of light in the world you consume and grind." For this reason, she is called a dough that is lying in the dust. And here, this great secret was revealed to Rabbi Hiya through Matat, when he came to the seminary of Rabbi Shimon, since he took an oath that the king visits and remembers the dough that is lying in the dust each day. But in the same way that Matat gradually elucidates before us. At that time, he kicks 390 firmaments, and all are startled and frightened of him. The zivug de'aka'ah, the coupling and striking of the upper light on the masach, on the screen, is regarded as the upper light kicking the screen, meaning that the upper light kicks and wishes to permeate below the boundary in the screen. The screen in turn, detains it and reflects the upper light, and this reflection is the reflected light that rises from the screen from below upward, clothing the upper light. It is 390 firmaments because the screen is called a distinguishing firmament and includes 4 discernments, chub tum, within it, the 4 letters Havaya. And since Malchut was mitigated in Binah, the screen is in Binah, and the Sphira of Binah is implied in hundreds.
It follows that those four phases in the screen, Chub, Tum, add up to 400. However, there is no coupling on the Malchut of the bottom Hey, since she's the blocked gate. For this reason, the 100 of the Sfira of Malchut, the bottom Hey, is regarded as lacking the 10 of the Malchut there, having only the first 9, which add up to 90. This is the hint in the screen called firmament, on which the upper light mates in a coupling of striking, which is a kick. There aren't 400 but 390 with 10 missing. Malchut of Malchut. This is why he calls the firmament 390 firmaments. It was said that each day he kicks in the 390 firmaments during the zivug with divinity to elicit from the dough that is lying in the dust, who is deficient there with respect to that zivug, the coupling, for she is 10 who are absent from the 400. And all are startled and frightened of him due to the striking of the screen on the upper light with tremor and a shudder, out of fear that he will receive more than his boundary. And the king sheds tears over it. The mochin at the level of Hochma are called enaim, eyes, since the 5 sfirot of Rosh are called Galgalta ve'enaim and Achap, and as those drops that the eyes emit are called tears, so those drops that the level of Hochma emits are called tears. The emission of tears is done in a coupling and striking because the upper light that is drawn to the lower one and strikes the screen kicks and strikes it, for it wishes to be drawn below the boundary in the screen. However, the screen promptly prevails over it and repels it, for it does not let it cross its border. However, in the meantime, before the screen repelled it, very small drops of the upper light necessarily extend below the boundary of the screen, because all the quickness of the screen because for all the quickness of the screen, it failed to repel them from it and above in time. You should know that those drops cannot be included in the level of Hochma that came out in the lower one, as they are without a clothing of Or Chozer, reflected light. And they are reflected and exit the Partzuf of Hochma. They are the ones called tears. When a corporeal person is filled with compassion and love over one's friend, he sheds tears, for it extends from the above-mentioned root of the spiritual tears, since anything spiritual that occurs in the upper ones strikes and finds a branch in the corporeal creation. This is so because the upper light kicks and strikes the screen to break its boundary, Since the upper light always extends only from Ein Sof, above the world of the restriction, where no boundary is discerned. Also, the upper light craves and longs to expand in the lower ones. As it is written, the Creator craved to dwell in the lower ones. We also learn divinity in the lower ones a high need. Hence, he kicks and strikes the boundary in the screen to be drawn below its boundary, and the screen repels it as reflected light, and in the meantime, tears fell outside.
אשר בינתיים נפלטו דמעות לחוץ.
These tears come out of compassion and love for the lower one. Hence, in the corporeal branch too, the tears are always emitted when one's heart is moved with love and compassion for one's friend.
ומתעוררים באהבה וברחמים על חברו.
Yet, spiritual tears do not vanish as do corporeal ones. The tears that are as boiling as fire fall into the great sea, as it is written, for love is as strong as death. Jealousy is as severe as the netherworld. Its flashes are flashes of fire, the very flame of the Lord. This is so because those tears come out of compassion and love from the upper light to the lower one. And as you find in the corporeal branch, when one is filled with love and compassion for one's friend, the tears are as boiling as the measure of his feeling for it. So it is with the above-mentioned tears. They boil as fire, whose flashes are flashes of fire, the very flame of the Lord. This is why it was said, and the tears are as boiling as fire, and fall into the great sea. The quality of Malchut on the side of Hochma is called the Great Sea, since great waters extend from it, breakers of the sea. Through those tears, that appointee over the sea called Rav stands and exists, meaning that minister of the sea who was killed at the time of the creation of the world. It is written, and by his understanding, he shattered Rav. For when he was told, let the water be gathered together onto one place, he did not want to swallow the waters of Bereshit, and he stands and exists on those tears that fall into the great sea. For through them he is revived. It was said that he sanctifies the name of the Holy King and takes upon himself to swallow all the waters of Bereshit. This is so because at the time of the creation of the world, no correction reached Malchut of Malchut, since the Emanator corrected the world's Abiyah in Man of Binah, and not in Man of Malchut. And this sufficed only for the first 9 of Malchut, and not for Malchut of Malchut.
וכמו שכתוב, עמי אתה, עמי אתם בשו"ת.
It is written, you are my people. You are in partnership with me. I started the worlds and you finished them. The entire correction of Malchut is upon the lower ones. Hence, when it was said to the minister of the sea, let the water be gathered together into one place, he refused and did not wish to swallow all the waters of Bereshit, because the klipot would have overcome him for lack of the correction of Malchut of Malchut. This is why he was killed. Moreover, those tears are the ones that sort and correct the Malchut of Malchut.
For this reason, they give vitality to the minister of the sea, so he may stand and sanctify the name of the Holy King, to keep his master's command and swallow all the waters of Bereshit. Then all the klipot in the world and all the evil powers will annul, and all will gather onto one place, the world of Atzilut, since the world of Atzilut will expand equally with the Aglaim of Ak down to this world. This will be the end of correction, because Bia will return to being Atzilut. When all the peoples gather over the holy nation, and the waters dry out and pass through the land, it will be in the future, at the end of correction, when all the nations of the world gather at once to destroy Israel. At that time, it will be revealed that the minister of the sea will swallow all the waters of Bereshit, that the waters will dry out, and that the children of Israel will pass through land. As it is written, as in the days when you came out from the land of Egypt, I will show you wonders. However, then was only the beginning, for it was only in the Red Sea, and only for a time. At the end of correction, however, death will be swallowed up forever. Thus, Matat clarified the oath he had taken, that each day the king visits the dough and remembers the dough that is lying in the dust. Although the zivug that he makes with his divinity each day is only in 390 firmaments, only in the first 9 of Malchut, and Malchut of Malchut remained lying in the dust. And it seems to us that the king does not remember her at all. It is not so. Rather, he visits her each day. He visits her each and every zivug, since in each zivug tears fall out because of the kicks that he kicks in the 390 firmaments. Also, they are not lost, but fall into the great sea, the Malchut of Malchut, who gradually receives her correction through those tears. And to that extent, the minister of the sea is revived until the tears accumulate sufficiently to sort the entire Malchut. This will be when all the nations in the world gather over Israel at once. At that time, the minister of the sea will be revived and will swallow all the waters of Bereshit, since the Malchut of Malchut will receive her correction from the whole. Thus, The king visits the doe each day until she receives her correction from the whole. And here, all of Rabbi Hiya's wishes appear to him, for he saw that nothing withered in the dust. On the contrary, there is a zivug on it each day, as Matat had sworn to him.
57. In the meantime, he heard a voice saying, make way, for the Messiah King is coming to the seminary of Rabbi Shimon. This is so because all the righteous there are heads of seminaries, and those seminaries are known there. And all those friends in each seminary rise from the seminary here to the seminary in the firmament. And the Messiah comes to all those seminaries and seals Torah from the mouth of the sages. At that time, the Messiah comes to Rabbi Shimon's seminary, crowned with high crowns, from the heads of the seminary, since through this great revelation in the oath of Matat, the revelation of the end, all those righteous rose very high, meaning they were at the seminary of Rabbi Shimon. It is all the more so with those two classes of righteous who caused the arrival of Matat and his oath, by which they obtained wondrous merits and were all crowned and arrived at the degrees of the heads of the seminaries. This is so because in all the seminaries there are members of the seminar, and there are heads of the seminary over them. The difference between them is vak from gar of the degree. When Matat disclosed the meaning of the end, a voice came out and said, make way for the Messiah, King is coming. This is so because the end is connected to the Messiah King. Also, he explains why all the righteous in Rabbi Shimon's seminary were rewarded with it, since all the righteous there are heads of seminaries. Since to welcome the Messiah, one needs equivalence of form with him. And since the Messiah King is Leib of Yehuda, had all the friends not been rewarded with the attainment of being heads of seminaries, they would not have been rewarded with the welcoming of the Messiah. All those friends in each seminary rise from the seminary here to the seminary of the firmament. He tells us not to think that the heads of the seminaries is Gal, of inferior degrees. He said about that, the seminaries here were in high degrees, very sublime, until all the friends in those seminaries were rewarded with rising from there to the seminary in the firmament. And now all those members have been rewarded with being heads of seminaries. Moreover, the Messiah too comes to all those seminaries and seals Torah from the mouths of the sages. That is, the merit of the members of those seminaries has so risen that the Messiah came to all those seminaries to be crowned with the innovations of the Torah of the members of the seminary. And now all those members of the seminaries were rewarded with being at the degree of heads of seminaries of those seminaries. This is the meaning of his conclusion that at the time the Messiah came to Rabbi Shimon's seminar, crowned with the high crowns of the heads of the seminaries. Now, however, after all those members of the seminaries have been rewarded with the degree of heads of seminaries, the Messiah was crowned with the Torah of the heads of the seminaries. It follows that he is crowned with the highest crowns from the heads of the seminaries. 58. At that time, all the friends rose, and Rabbi Shimon rose, and his light ascended to the top of the firmament. The Messiah told him, Rabbi, happy are you that your Torah is rising by 370 lights, and each light spreads into 613 flavors, rising and dipping in the rivers of the pure persimmon. And the Creator seals the Torah from your seminary and from the seminary of Chizkiah, king of Judea, and out of the seminary of Hiya the Shilonite. When the Messiah king appeared to them and came to the seminary of Rabbi Shimon, all the friends rose, and Rabbi Shimon rose in that same degree until his light ascended to the top of the firmament. This implies that Rabbi Shimon attained that light of the 10 firmaments that are missing due to the blocked gate of Malchut de Malchut. And his light was rising up to the top of the firmament, which is the light of Yehuda. The Messiah told him, your Torah is rising by 370 lights, and each light spreads into 613 flavors, rising and dipping in the rivers of the pure persimmon. In other words, his Torah was rising to a Tik Yomin, in whom each Sphira rises up to 100,000, and the 4 Sphirot, Chubtum, Hochma, Bina, Tiferet, Malchut, are 400,000 in him. Since units are in Nukva, tens in Zeranpin, hundreds in Ima, thousands in Abba, 10,000s in Arich Anpin, and hundreds of thousands in Atik. However, accordingly, he should have said that your Torah rises by 400 lights, and each light rises to 1,000 flavors, meaning 400,000. However, he was hinting him that with respect to the lights which are from Ima, he is not using the 400 in full, but only 370. As it is written, he was more honored than the 30, but did not come to the 3. This is so because even through his light rises up to the top of the firmament, he still did not reach the gal of the top 100 of the Yud. Thus, he had only 370 lights, lacking the top 30 ones. Similarly, regarding to the thousands, which are the lights of Abba, he does not use the actual gal of each 1,000, but only the vak of each of them, which are 600. And instead of gal of each 1,000, he uses 13, who are Hochma of the 32 paths. Since 13 are Hochma of the 32 paths called the pure persimmon. This is why the Messiah told him, "Your Torah is rising by 370 lights, and each light spreads into 613 flavors, rising and dipping in the rivers of the pure persimmon." Since 30 of the upper Hochma are missing in the 400 of Ima, and there are only 370 in her, and each 1,000, the top 400 are missing, those who are from the first Hochma. In their stead, the 13 rivers of pure persimmon operate. Also, in each 1,000 there are only 613, because this is how all the secrets rise, high and blocked from the seminary of Rabbi Shimon. And the Creator seals the Torah from your seminary. The Messiah comes into all those seminaries and seals the Torah from the mouths of the sages, because he grows and crowns by the innovations of Torah of all the righteous. It is written that all the prophets made their prophecies only for the days of the Messiah, but it is written of the future, "Neither has the eye seen a God besides you." This is so because then all the degrees that belong to the days of the Messiah will be corrected, and all the secrets of the Torah will be in the form of "Neither has the eye seen a God besides you." Then it is considered that the Creator seals the Torah. And since the Torah of those three heads of souls come from after the days of the Messiah, as in "Neither has the eye seen a God besides you," the Messiah told him that the Creator is sealing the Torah from your seminary, from the seminary of Chizkiah, king of Judea, and from the seminary of Hiya the Shilonite. This is because those three were rewarded with the secrets of Torah of "Neither has the eye seen a God besides you," and the Creator himself sees the Torah from their mouths. 59. And I came to seal the Torah from your seminary only because the winged one will come here. For I know that he will enter no seminary but your seminary. When Rabbi Shimon told him of that oath that the winged one took, the Messiah startled and raised his voice. The firmaments shuddered, the great sea shuddered, the whale shuddered, and the world was about to flip over. In the meantime, he saw Rabbi Hiya at Rabbi Shimon's feet. He said, "Who admitted here a man dressed in a garment of the world?" Meaning in a body from this world. Rabbi Shimon said, "This is Rabbi Hiya, a light from the light of the Torah." He told him, "He and his sons will perish," meaning that they will be rid of this world and will be a part of your seminary. Rabbi Shimon said, "Let time be given to him." He was given time, The Messiah told him he has come to seal only so that the winged one will come to his seminary, for he wishes to know what he told him and what he said. For I know that he will enter no other seminary but your seminary. This is because he will not go to the seminaries of Chizkiah, king of Judah, or Aliyah the Shilonite. Then the Messiah was startled and raised his voice due to the disclosure of the end that Matat disclosed, that at that time there will be terrible troubles for Israel. The firmaments will shudder, and so will the great sea, and the world will flip over, as we learn that the world exists for 6,000 years, and one ruined. Thus, he raised his voice, for he wished to mitigate all those shocks. He said, "Who admitted here a man dressed in a garment of that world?" The Messiah was surprised about Rabbi Hiya, that he was dressed in the corporeal body of this world. Since once he has been rewarded with being here, and was rewarded with the revelation of Matat and his oath, he has already corrected all the evil and was rewarded with welcoming the Messiah. Thus he has completed all his work in this world and had nothing more to do in this world. Hence, he should depart and enter the seminary of Rabbi Shimon in Gan Eden, the Garden of Eden. Why should he still be in this world? For no reason. But Rabbi Shimon said, "Let time be given to him." In other words, Rabbi Shimon proved to him that he should be given time anew, since he still needed to live in this world and engage in new corrections. And then he was given time, meaning that the Messiah and Rabbi Shimon notified him what he yet has to do in this world. 60. The Messiah departed, there shuddering with his eyes tearing. Rabbi Hiya was shaken and wept. He said, "Happy are the righteous in that world, and happy is Bar Yochai for having been rewarded with this. It is about him that was written to endow those who love me and with wealth, that I may fill their treasures," since the Messiah came out of Rabbi Shimon's seminary with his eyes tearing for all the longing of the complete redemption. This is the reason why Rabbi Hiya was shaken too.
Article You Are Partners With Me, item 61. Rabbi Shimon started, "I have put my words in your mouth. One should toil in the Torah day and night, because the Creator listens to the voice of those who engage in Torah. In each word that is renewed in the Torah, through a person who labors in the Torah, he makes one firmament. The Creator gave his power of speech into the mouths of the righteous. As it is written, you are with me to partner with me. As I have made the heaven and earth my speech, as it is written, by the word of the Lord the heavens made. The righteous will create heaven by the power of their By that, Rabbi Shimon began the verse, "In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth."
Created is a blocked word, a word that closes rather than opens. We should understand why it was made in closing. He says that he did so in order to place the end of correction of heaven and earth in the speech of the righteous, to make them partners with him in creating heaven and earth. As it is written, and I will place my words in your mouth.
This contains two discernments of renewal of heaven and earth, which he placed in the mouths of the righteous. One, to correct the sin of Adam HaRishon, since the Emanator made the correction of heaven and earth in the sublime way prior to the sin of Adam HaRishon. It is explained in the act of creation that Zon of Atzilut rose to Arechanpin and to upper Abba Ve'ima, and Adam HaRishon rose and clothed Yirsut and Zon of Atzilut. Also, Adam HaRishon had Naran of Atzilut, called upper brightness, until the heel of Adam was darkening the circle of the sun. After the sin with the tree of knowledge, he descended to this corporeal world, and his Naran now came to him from the worlds of the separated Bia, and heaven and earth of Atzilut declined because of him into Vak and a point from Tabu of Arechanpin and below. The righteous must mend all the flaws that were caused by the sin, to renew the heaven and earth of Atzilut, who are Zon, and elevate them to Arechanpin and to Abba Ve'ima, as they were prior to the sin. Also, the righteous themselves will acquire the upper brightness of Adam HaRishon, which is Naran from the world of Atzilut. Item 2. Before the sin, Adam HaRishon too did not have all the wholeness that the Emanator wished to give him. This is why, once the righteous correct the sin of the tree of knowledge and obtain the wholeness of Naran of Atzilut that Adam HaRishon had before the sin, they must work anew to extend all the upper mochin that have never been in the world. As it is written, neither has the eye seen a God beside you. And these worlds, which no eye has yet seen, and which complement the righteous, are called a new heaven and a new land, for they are truly new and have never existed. But those heaven and earth, which the righteous renew and bring back, as it was in the act of creation, before the sin of Adam HaRishon, are not considered truly new heaven and earth. After all, they have already existed in the world, since the Emanator has already corrected them by himself before the sin. Rather, they are renewed, since after they were blemished and were cancelled, they were renewed. For this reason, these righteous are still not regarded as partners with the Creator. Thus the verse, "I have put my words in your mouth," which Rabbi Shimon introduces, refers to the upper mochin, which Adam Rishon lacked as well, since they were actually innovated by the righteous, for they had not yet departed from the emanator. This is why the righteous are considered as actual partners in that regard. The Creator listens to the voices of those who engage in Torah. With each word that is renewed in the Torah, through a person who toils in the Torah, he makes one firmament. Zanpin is called a voice, and Nukva is called speech. When the righteous engages in the Torah, he raises man to zon, with the voice and speech of his Torah. A voice rises to Zeranpin, and the speech rises to the Nukva. The Creator listens to the voices of those who engage in Torah, because the voice of Torah rises from man to Zeranpin, who is called the Creator. And in each word that is renewed in the Torah, through the person who is exerting in Torah, he makes one firmament.
The word means speech. Each word that is renewed in the Torah of the one who engages in the Torah rises as man for the Nukva, who is called word and speech. By that, one firmament is made. The firmament, the screen on which the coupling of the Creator with his Shekhinah is done, is carried out through the man that the righteous raise by their engagement in the Torah. The reason why he says in a word of Torah and does not say innovation in the voice or the speech of Torah is that the Nukva needs the entire construction, the construction of her Yesod anew for each coupling, since after each coupling she becomes a virgin once again. And through the man of the righteous, the Yesod in her is always renewed, meaning the receptacle for the lights of Zeranpin. This is why he says, in each word that is renewed in the Torah, since the word Malchut is truly renewed or innovated by the righteous word of Torah. For after every coupling, a receptacle disappears once more. 62. At the time that a new word of Torah comes out of the mouth of a man, that word rises and is introduced before the Creator. The Creator takes that word, kisses it, and crowns it with 70 decorated and engraved crowns. Then the new word of wisdom rises and sits on the head of the righteous one who lives forever. From there it flies and sails through 70,000 worlds, rising to Atik Yomin, the Keter. All the words of Atik Yomin are words of wisdom in the high, hidden secrets. That is, when a person raises man with his word of Torah, the upper word, Nukva of Zeranpin, rises and is introduced before the Creator for a coupling with him. The Creator takes that word and kisses it. There are two phases in each coupling of zon, the coupling of kisses and the coupling of yesodot, foundations. This is so because the name is not completed before he creates light for his light, and they clove in one another. Because besides the level of Hochma, a second coupling is required for the level of Chasadim. So the level of Hochma might clove in the level of Chasadim. For this reason, each coupling includes two couplings. 1. A coupling for the level of Hochma, called Zivug the Neshikin, a coupling of kisses. It is in the pair of Rosh for the level of Rosh and Gar. 2. A coupling for the level of Chasadim. This is called a coupling of Yesodot, foundations, and it is for the level of Chasadim. The Creator takes that word, the Nukva, and kisses it, meaning a coupling of kisses for the level of Gar. He crowns it, meaning a coupling of Yesodot for the level of Chasadim, at which time the Hochma dresses in Chasadim, and the Nukva is crowned with complete Mochin, and crowns it with 70 decorated and engraved crowns. The complete Mochin of the Nukva are called 70 crowns, because the Nukva is the 7th day, when she receives from Zeranpin, who is in tens, she becomes 70. The Mochin is called crowns, hence it is called 70 crowns. He says that they are decorated and engraved, meaning that through the man of the righteous, they become a receptacle for those 70 crowns. And a new word of wisdom rises and sits on the head of the righteous one who lives forever. There are two renewals of heaven and earth which are zon. 1, to reinstate the crown as it was prior to the sin of Adam HaRishon. In this renewal, the Nukva is called a word of Torah. And this is what Rabbi Shimon explained thus far. 2, the renewal of heaven and earth in the upper Mochin, which even Adam HaRishon did not attain. In that regard, the Nukva is called a word of wisdom. And the new word of wisdom rises and sits on the head of the righteous one who lives forever. As it is written, the righteous sit with their crowns on their heads. This is so because through the man of the righteous, who are already complete with the upper brightness of Adam HaRishon, such as Rabbi Shimon and his friends, the Nukva of Zeranpin rises to being a crown at the head of the righteous, Zeranpin, with respect to his Yesod, the one who lives forever. Commentary. The light or explanation. The light of Hochma is called the light of Hiya. And since the Zeranpin can draw the light of Hiya only through the Nukva, it is considered that he is alive only when in coupling with the Nukva, who is called world. This is why at that time he is called the righteous one who lives forever. It is also considered that the Nukva is a crown over his head, for the Mochin that are called crown are from the Nukva, and he would not be rewarded with them without her. We also learn that he did not move from being fond of her until my mother called, since the consequence is regarded as the offspring of its cause. And because the Nukva was the cause for the light of Hiya of Zeranpin, in that respect the Nukva has become his mother. From there, after it coupled with Zeranpin in a crown over the head of the righteous, she flies and rises further up to Arichanpin, where her Zat are corrected in 700,000 worlds. Sorry, 70,000 worlds. This is so because the Sfirot of Arich Anpin are 10,000, and she rises from Arich Anpin to Atik Yomin. And he calculates the ascents of Zon one at a time up to Atik Yomin, which is made by the man of the complete righteous. This is because the coupling of the crown on the head of the righteous is by ascending to upper Abba Ve'ima. And from there, it rises to Arichanpin in 70,000 worlds, and from there to Atik, who is the highest of all. All the words of Atik Yomin are words of wisdom in the high hidden secrets. The Zohar interprets the merit of the mochin that are given to the Nukva through her ascent to Atik Yomin. It says that all the words of Atik Yomin, all the levels that are received from Atik Yomin, are words of wisdom in the high and hidden secrets. Gar of Hochma. This is so because words of Hochma, wisdom, indicate the level of Hochma, and the high and hidden secrets are Gar of Hochma. Those are revealed only by ascending to the place of Atik Yomin and not below him. When that word of wisdom that was blocked and was innovated in this world rises, it connects to those words of Atik Yomin, ascends and descends with them, and enters 18 concealed worlds, which neither has the eye seen God besides you. They come out of there and wander, and they come full and whole and assemble before Atik Yomin. At that time, Atik Yomin smells that thing, and it is more desirable to him than anything. Then he takes that thing and crowns it with 370,000 crowns. And that new innovation in the Torah wanders, ascending and descending, and one firmament is made out of it. This is so because at the time of the ascent of Nukva to Atik Yomin, she is incorporated in the coupling that is there. She raises reflected light and draws direct light from Atik Yomin. She rises means that she raises reflected light from below upward. She descends means that she draws direct light from above downwards, at which time she receives words of wisdom, Hochma, in the high and hidden secrets, and she's incorporated with the reflected light and direct light in Atik himself. It was said that hidden word of Hochma ascends and descends with them and enters 18 concealed words which the eye has not seen a God besides you. We see so because the coupling that is made in Atik is also over the Yesod of Atik that is there. And it too is the righteous one who lives forever, like Yesod of Zoranpin upon its ascent to upper Abba Ve'ima. The difference is that Yesod of Atik is neither has the eye seen a God besides you, since the coupling of the Yesod is done on the screen by striking, which raises reflected light in order to clothe the direct light, while below, in Abba Ve'ima, the screen is regarded as wings that cover the upper light when it is repelled. This indicates that there is the force of din, judgment in them. For every reflected light is called light of judgment.
But in Yesod of Atik it is written, your teacher will no longer hide himself, but your eyes will behold your teacher. This is because even though the Masach raises Or Choser from below upwards, there are still no wings in it. Hence it is called 18 concealed worlds, where neither has the eye seen a God besides you. In other words, there are no wings there yet, covering from afar an eye, since there are no judgments there. Rather, neither has the eye seen a God besides you, since a discernment from below upwards is called concealed, though it is in the form of neither has the eye seen a God besides you. They come out of there and wander, and they come full and whole. Since they come out of there of a zivug on the Masach, which is called 18 concealed worlds, that neither has the eye seen a God besides you. And wander means he raises reflected light from below upwards. And they come means that she extends direct light, Or Yashar, from above downwards. And then they are full and whole, filled with Or Yashar, direct light from Hochma, in the high and hidden secrets, and whole with Or Choser, reflected light, in which there is no judgment, no din, but is entirely utter mercy on a par with direct light, Or Yashar. At that time, they assemble before Atik Yomin, meaning they are ready to clothe the Atik Yomin. At that time, Atik Yomin smells that thing and is more desirable to him than anything. Smells means contentment. Since that great and sublime zivug brings sublime contentment to Atik Yomin, since then all the worlds and all their merit are included in the nukva. And it is more desirable to him than anything, because that contentment comes to him from all the worlds at once, as she is the utter perfection and sublimity, and the one whom the worlds were created. Then he takes that thing and crowns it with 370,000 crowns. For then he imparts upon her the sublime mochin of Atik himself, which are Chub Tum. Since the Sfirot of Atik are 100,000 each. However, the difference is in the 30 upper ones of Hochma, as it is written, he has more honored than the 30, but he did not come to 3. In other words, even though she receives and is honored by Gar of Hochma of Atik, 2, who are the 30,000 upper ones, the Nukva still cannot actually rise and clothe the 30,000 themselves. If she could clothe those 30,000 too, the Nukva would be annulled in it as a candle before a torch. Hence, she receives from Atik only 370,000 crowns, which are 400,000 minus 30,000. And the new innovations in the Torah wanders, ascending and descending, and one firmament is made of it. Wanders means flying upwards. Wanders ascending means that he raises Or Choser from below upwards. and descending means that through the Or Choser that he raises, she descends with the Or Yashar from above downward, and one firmament is made out of it, meaning that through clothing of Or Choser over Or Yashar, a firmament is made there. This is so because after the zivug is made on the same masach that was established in Malchut to raise reflected light, which reached the nukva through the good deeds and the man that they raised in order to impart contentment upon their maker, it becomes a firmament, through which the righteous obtain the level of zivug that was made on it. And when a degree comes down to the righteous through the firmament, it clothes in a garment that extends from the firmament in reflected light that inverts from the firmament and below with direct light from the firmament and above. Thus, she comes to the attainment of the righteous who are clothed in one another. Since those righteous that have been rewarded with wholeness, raising man for the sublime zivug, no longer have any reception for themselves. Also, the man that they raised was to bestow and not to receive. Hence, with the good deeds and the man, they correct the masach for the nukva and qualify her for the great zivug, where the qualification itself is reflected light that rises from the masach of the nukva and above. Since anything that rises from below upwards is bestowal and repelling of reception for oneself. At that time, the zivug of haka'ah with the upper light takes place, and the upper light dresses in a garment of the rising reflected light. And the light that descends from above to below and dresses in Or Choser in reflected light comes to the reception of the lower one, to that righteous who raised the man. Since anything that comes from above to below comes for reception, and since the upper light passes to the lower ones through the firmament, it takes with it the clothing of reflected light from the firmament, and the lower one receives the upper light inside this garment. This is so because even after the level is attained by the lower one, he still does not enjoy any of the upper light that descends to him, but only according to the extent of the measure of bestowal of contentment upon his maker, that is, to the extent of the clothing of reflected light that clothes the upper light. This is regarded as receiving in order to bestow. He is not receiving anything if there is no bestowal upon his maker in it. Hence, reception is clothed within bestowal, direct light in reflected light. This is the precision that he makes. The innovations in the Torah wanders ascending and descending, and one firmament is made out of it, meaning it is received by the lower ones only through the firmament clothed with it.
Item 64. So it is with each word of wisdom. Firmaments are made, established in complete existence before Atik Yomin, and he calls them new heaven, meaning renewed heaven, which are blocked of the secrets of the upper wisdom. Similarly, all the new words of Torah, which are not from the upper wisdom, stand before the Creator, rise, become the lands of the living, and descend and crown unto one land.
It's made new, and everything becomes a new land by that thing that is renewed in the Torah. So the righteous go, always raising man, and extending those sublime degrees from Atik Yomin through those firmaments that were made by the upper Zivug. And out of those firmaments, the new heaven is made, renewed, at the degree of Atik Yomin. Hence, those high attainments are called blocked of the secrets of the upper wisdom, which come and clothe the garment that extends from the firmaments. And all the other new words of Torah stand before the Creator, rise and become the lands of the living, and descend and crown unto one land. It is made new, and everything becomes a new land. This is so because there are Chub Tum at every level. Thus far, it was only about the secrets of Hochma, and not of Binah, Zeranpin, and Malchut at each level. It was said that they become the lands of the living because they all become Binah, called the land of living. And they descend and crown until one land, to Malchut, which is called land, simply. It is made new, and everything becomes a new land, because the Malchut was crowned and received all the degrees of the lands of the living, Bina. Thus, Malchut rose into being Bina, and it is now called a new land, since what was previously Malchut is now Bina. This is the meaning of Bon, being destined to be Sag, and Ma, being destined to be Ab, since heaven are Zeranpin and the degree of Atik Yomin, they are now in the secrets of the upper Hochma. Thus, the Ma, Zeranpin, became Ab, Hochma, and land, Nukva de Zeranpin, has become Sag, Bina. It follows that the new heaven and the new land are Ma and Bon that were cancelled and have become Ab Sag. Item 65. It is written about that, for just as the new heavens and the new earth which I make, it does not say which I make, which I made, but make, in present tense, since He always makes new heaven and earth of those innovations and secrets of the Torah. It's written about that. I have put my words in your mouth and have covered you with a shadow of my hand to establish heaven, to found the earth. It does not say the heavens, but heaven, without the, since it is not about the actual heaven, but about a renewed heaven, which was made out of words of Torah. Also, it does not say I have made, but make, indicating that we should not err in interpreting the text, new heaven and new earth, which are like a correction of something that is done and innovated only once. For this is not the case. Rather, they concern perpetual work for the righteous who have already been completed in the upper brightness, constantly going and becoming new heaven and earth. As it's written, righteous go from strength to strength. He brings evidence to that, since it's written, the new heavens and the new earth, which I make. And it does not say, which I have made. Thus, those heaven and earth are always renewed by the innovations of Torah of the complete righteous. He also brings evidence from the words, to establish heaven. For if it were for only one time, it should have written to establish the heavens with a the. But since it writes heaven, it means that it is constantly occurring. 66. And I have covered you with the shadow of my hand. When the Torah was given to Moses, many tens of thousands of high angels came to burn him with the fumes of their mouths until the Creator covered him. Now that the innovation in the Torah rises and is crowned and stands before the Creator, He covers that thing and covers that person, so it will not be known to them, but to the Creator. And they will not envy Him until that desert becomes a new heaven and a new earth. Everything that is covered from the eye rises for high benefit, as it's written, and I have covered you with the shadow of my hand. It was covered and hidden from the eye for the upper benefit. It's also written to establish heaven, to found the earth. As we learned, so new heaven and earth would grow out of it. And I have covered you with the shadow of my hand refers to the clothing that extends from the firmament, clothing and covering the level of mochin. This clothing is a shadow that covers the mochin and hides them from foreign eyes. And they are known only to the Creator to conceal those great degrees from the ministering angel, so they will not envy him. Concerning the angels' envy, being of fine substance, when they look at a righteous, they find him inferior in their envy with him, for the high degree he was awarded. Afterwards, the slanderers cling to that inferiority that the angels discovered in him. Hence, when the degree dresses in the garment of the firmament, that garment measures his degree for him, so he will not receive too much of it, but only to benefit the upper one. Thus, he is kept from the envy of the angels. For then the righteous can keep from blemishing the degree completely, equally with the angels. It was said that anything that is covered from the eye rises to higher benefit. For the eye sees and the heart covets and cannot keep one's thought clean, solely on bringing contentment to one's Maker, but receives for one's own benefit. However, covered from the eye means clothed in the garment of the firmament. He is certain that he will not receive more than the amount that is for the benefit of the upper one. This is why it was said that he covered and hidden from the eye. Item 67. And to say to Zion, you are my people. To say, means to those gates and words marked one atop the other, to the innovations in the Torah. You are my people. Do not pronounce, you are my people, am'i, with a patach in the ayin, but you are with me, im'i, with a chirik in the ayin, which means partnering with me. As I have made heaven and earth with my speech, as it's written, by the word of the Lord the heavens were made, you, with your words of wisdom, have made new heaven and earth. Happy are those who exert in Torah. Reception is called gates that are open to receive. Bestowal through the man is called words. He says, the words that are marked one atop the other clothe in one another, and by that they are marked.
Item 68. But does a new word of any person do it, even when he does not know what he's saying? Come and see that when one who is not proficient in the secrets of the Torah innovated words that he does not know how to verify properly, that innovation rises and comes out to that thing, an unreliable man who speaks lies, out of the female of the great deep. He leaps 500 parsas, or parasangs, to receive that thing. He takes it and walks with the thing to his female, and makes a false firmament in her, which is called tohu. The man that the righteous raise in order to bring contentment to their maker, to benefit the upper one, is called innovated words of Torah. This is because they are innovated by the upper coupling, and through them the zon receive new mochin until they are thus rewarded with establishing heavens and founding earth. By that, they become partners with the Creator, because through their words, the heavens and earth are renewed. However, one whose ways are not in the secrets of Torah, who is not proficient in the ways of the Creator, to know how to keep himself from blemishing the upper degrees, says that his aim is for higher benefit. However, he is misleading himself, for he does not know that it is in his soul to know clearly the scrutiny that he is not aiming for his own needs. His punishment is great indeed, for he gives power to the klipot, shells, to kill people. He innovated words that he did not know how to verify properly, meaning that he raised man for the upper coupling and does not fully and sufficiently know that it was truly so. In that case, he is an unreliable man who speaks lies, and he leaps 500 parasangs in order to receive that thing. An unreliable man who speaks lies out of the female of the great deep. There are male and female in the klipot, the shells, as well. The male is called false, and the female is called lie. This is so because the male klipa is not as bad as the female, for himself is not failing people into lying in the name of the Creator. On the contrary, he speaks well, or so it seems. Yet his eye is evil. As it is written, do not eat the bread of an evil-eyed man. He says to you, eat and drink, but his heart is not with you. Also, anyone who is captured by him speaks the name of the Creator in vain, for he is separated from the Creator and cannot receive any bounty. It is written, anyone who is proud, says the Creator, he and I cannot dwell in the same abode. It is so because when one's aim is to receive his needs for himself, to brag and to boast and so on, he is captured by the authority of that evil-eyed. Thus, the man that he raises does not draw any bounty, any abundance from above, and he speaks the name of the Creator in vain. For this reason, the male shell is called false, since the Creator cannot adhere to that man, to dwell with him in the same abode. And a female shell is called lie, for once the man is caught in the net of the male, who is called false, he has the power to couple with his female, who is an evil and bitter shell, which fakes the name of the Creator and lies in it. Then she descends and incites, rises and complains, and takes his soul from him. For this reason, he is called an unreliable man. For first, he says to you, eat and drink, meaning he raises man to the Creator and draws abundance for high need, and seems as though he is from the side of Kedusha, holiness. Afterwards, by the power of his falsehood, he couples with the female of the great deep, and with her lie, he takes his soul and kills him. It was said, an unreliable man who speaks lies, out of the female of the great deep, since he turns into speaking lies only by the power of the female of the great deep, with which he is associated, and not in and of himself. He leaps 500 parasangs to receive that thing. This is so because at their root, the zone of tum'ah, impurity, have only vak and a point. Only opposite the vak and point in Kedusha. In that place, they have neither place nor the power to cling to Binah. However, through the man that the lower one raises, he gives the male of Tum'ah power to leap over the Zat of Binah, which are extended into the zone of Kedusha, who are essentially only 5 Sfirot, Chagat Na, called 500 parasangs. This is so because the Sfirot of Binah is regarded as hundreds. And it was said that he leaped 500 parasangs to receive that thing, because immediately upon the raising of man, he obtained the power to leap into a place that is not his. The 5 bottom Sfirot, Chagat Na of Binah, which are called 500 parasangs. To receive that thing refers to the man raised by the man who did not know sufficiently if his aim is to give contentment to his maker. He walks with the thing to his female, and makes a false firmament in her, which is called Tohu. That is, he couples over this man with his female of the great deep. And he draws lights of Kedusha to himself, to his lot, and for his construction, similar to the new heaven of Kedusha that are made by the man of Kedusha. Those heavens that he drew by his coupling are called a false firmament with respect to the male, and a firmament of Tohu with respect to the participation, the association with the Nukva of the great deep, which is called a firmament of Tohu. Tohu is the name of the male, and deep is the name of the female. It was said that he made a false firmament through his own self, which is called Tohu, by his association with the deep, the Nukva.
Item 69. That unreliable man flies in the false firmament 6,000 parsas at once. And once a false firmament stands, a woman of harlotry immediately comes out, holding that false firmament and taking part in it. From there, she goes out and kills several thousands and tens of thousands, since while she is in that firmament, she has permission and ability to fly and to traverse the entire world in an instant. This is so because these mochin that were drawn out to him in that false firmament are from the Sitra Achra, opposite the Hochma of Kedusha, whose numbers are thousands. He flies in the firmament and grips through it 6,000 parsas at once. In 6 Sfirot Chagat Nehi of Hochma, which are called 6,000 parsas, since they are from Hochma. And once a false firmament is established, a woman of harlotry immediately comes out, grips that false firmament, and partakes in it. That is, once the new heaven of the male klipa, who is called only by the name false, are completed, the female of the great deep discloses her strength. And her strength attacks the firmament to lie in the name of the Creator. She flies in the firmament, and then it is called a firmament of Tohu. From there, she goes out and kills several thousands and tens of thousands. Since while she is in that firmament, she has permission and the ability to fly and to traverse the entire world in an instant. This is so because while she partakes in that firmament, she grows stronger and bigger than the level of the male, since the male grows only to Vak of Hochma, which are 6,000 parsas, and the Nukva grows through him in 10 complete Sfirot, a complete world, and has the permission and ability to fly and to traverse the entire world, a whole world in 10 Sfirot, in an instant. It is as it is written about it, and how long is his anger? A moment. Hence, she has great power for killing thousands and tens of thousands of people, as it is written, for many are the victims she has cast down. And as new heaven and earth for Kedusha are always built by the man of the righteous, the heaven and earth of the klipot is always built by the man of those who do not know how to truly serve the Creator. As it is written, God has made them one opposite the other.
70. It is written about that, woe to those who drag iniquity with the cords of falsehood, and sin is as cart ropes. Iniquity is male, sin is female, a woman of harlotry. One who sins draws in the iniquity, the male, by those false ropes, as it's written, and sin is as cart ropes. This means that he draws into that female who is called sin, who intensifies there the fly and to slay people. That is why it's written, for many are the victims she has cast down. Who cast down? It is she, that sin who kills people. And who caused it? Was a disciple of the wise who did not achieve teaching, yet teaches nonetheless. The male of Klippa is not as bad as the female because he resembles himself to Kedusha, to holiness. As it is written, he says to you, eat and drink, but his heart is not with you. This is why he is called false. Yet for this reason, he has great power to capture people in his net. And once he has fallen into his net, he comes and mates with his nukva. Then sin is as cart ropes, and she pulls him into the great deep. The falsehood only ties him with ropes and captures him. As it's written, woe to those who drag the iniquity with the cords of falsehood. And then he drops him before the female. Then sin is as cart ropes when the sin drops him into the great deep and kills him. This is why it was said that she is that sin which kills people. 71. Rabbi Shimon said to the friends, please do not utter a word of Torah which you did not know or hear from a tree that is as great as it should be. So you will not be causing that sin of killing numerous people for naught. They all said, may the merciful one save us. In other words, if you know for yourselves, it is best. If you do not, you must hear how to properly serve the Creator from a great tree, meaning from a great man who is trustworthy. So you will not be causing that sin of killing numerous people for naught. Again, 71. Rabbi Shimon said to the friends, please do not utter a word of Torah which did not know or hear from a tree that is as great as it should be. So you will not be causing that sin of killing numerous people for naught. Everyone opened up and said, the merciful one, save us. In other words, if you know for yourselves, it is best. If you do not, you must hear how to properly serve the Creator from a great tree, meaning from a great man who is trustworthy,
so you will not be causing that sin of killing numerous people for naught.
72. The Creator created the world with the Torah. We learn that it is written, "Then I was beside him as a master workman, and I was daily his delight." This relates to the Torah, with which the Creator was playing 2,000 years before the world was created. He looked at her once, twice, thrice, and 4 times, and then he told them. In the end, he performed a deed in her, to teach people not to come and err in her. As it is written, then he saw it and declared it. He established it and also searched it out. And to man he said, he saw is the first time, declared it is the second time, established it is the third time, and also searched it out is the 4th time. Then he told them, as it is written, and to man he said. 73. The Creator created what he created, corresponding those 4 times that are written. Then he saw it and declared it. He established it and also searched it out. And until he did his deed, he first brought 4 words. As it is written, Bereshit bara Elokim et. In the beginning God created thee, thus 4. Afterwards it is written HaShamayim, the heaven, which corresponds to 4 times that the Creator looked in the Torah before he took out his deed for his work. Those 4 times are Chubtum. Then he saw it is Hochma, and declared it is Bina. He established it is Zeranpin, and also searched it out is Malchut. After those 4 clothings, the Creator created what he created. This is what the first 4 words in the Torah imply as well. Bereshit, in the beginning, is Hochma. Bara, created, is Bina. Elokim, God, is Zeranpin. Et, the, is the Malchut. And after these 4 clothings, the Shamayim, the heavens, were made.
Article The Donkey Driver, item 74. Rabbi Elazar went to see Rabbi Yossi, son of Rabbi Shimon, son of Lakonia, his father-in-law, and Rabbi Abba was with him. A man was driving their donkeys, meaning leading their donkeys. Rabbi Abba said, the way of the donkey driver is to sting the donkeys so they are prompted to go. Rabbi Abba said, let us open the doors of Torah, for now is the time and the hour for our ways to be corrected. 75. Rabbi Elazar started and said, you shall keep my Sabbaths. Come and see. The Creator created the world in 6 days. Each day he disclosed his deed and placed his strength in that day. When did he disclose his deed and place his strength? On the 4th day. Since those first 3 days were all hidden and not revealed. When the 4th day came, he executed the power of all of them. In that day refers to the Sabbath. The 6 days are Chagat Nehi, and they reveal the perfection of their works and power on the Sabbath day in Malchut. Each day he places his strength in the Sabbath day. And why does it say here that it was only on the fourth day? It's because Malchut is called fourth and seventh. A fourth to the patriarchs, Chagat, and a seventh to the sons, Nehi. It is written, the flower buds have appeared in the earth, and the time of pruning has arrived. The flower buds, Chagat, appeared in the earth on the third day, and the time of pruning has arrived on the fourth day. Since then, Malchut was diminished and rose for a second Ibul. Thus the Malchut was emanated from Chagat on the third day and was corrected on the fourth day through Netzach of Zanpin, which is the fourth day. Hence, in that regard, she is considered a fourth to the patriarchs. It is also written, and the voice of the turtle dove is heard in our land. In our land is the Sabbath day, which is a sample of the land of the living. Thus, Malchut, which is called earth, is the Sabbath day, a seventh to the sons, and the matter of fourth and seventh is explained here. It was said that those first 3 days were all concealed and were not revealed, because as long as the degree is deficient of Malchut, it is regarded as hidden and unknown. Upon its obtainment of Malchut, it obtains its perfection. This is the meaning of the 6 days of work and the Sabbath. It would seem as though the 6 works days should be more important than the Sabbath, since Chagat Nehi, which are the 6 days of work, are more important than the Malchut, the Sabbath day. However, each week is a separate degree, which during the work days lacks the Malchut. Hence, the degree is hidden, and there is no holiness in it. Since the absence of Malchut, Gar of lights are absent, and only upon the appearance of Malchut in the degree, at the arrival of the Sabbath day, the holiness appears in the entire degree, during the 6 days of work as well. And holiness is present in the entire week. Similarly, in the 6 days of creation, when the first 3 days were emanated, Chagat, prior to the disclosure of Malchut, they were hidden, without disclosing the Kedusha in them. And when Malchut was emanated on the 4th day, the holiness of all 4 days was revealed. When the 4th day came, it executed the power of all of them, meaning that the Kedusha appeared in the work and in the potential of all 4 days, since Malchut complements the degree.
76. Fire, water, and wind are Chagat, the first 3 days. Even though they are 3 superior Yesodot, the 3 Sfirot Chagat, they were all reliant, and the complete work was not disclosed before the earth, Malchut, disclosed them. Then the work of each of them was known. 77. But it is written on the third day, let the earth spring forth grass, and the earth brought forth grass. Was the disclosure of the work of the earth, Malchut, not on the third day? Indeed, even though it is written on the third day, Tiferet, it was the fourth day, Malchut. It was included in the third day since Tiferet and Malchut are one without separation. Afterwards, the fourth day disclosed its work of bringing out the craftsman to the work of each of the Chagat, since the fourth day is the fourth leg of the throne, Binah, whose four legs are Chagat and Malchut. This is so because since Malchut discloses the holiness of the 3 days, she rose and was mingled in the third day to disclose the unification upon them, since Tiferet and Malchut are one without separation. Afterwards, the fourth day disclosed its work of bringing out the craftsman to his work of each of the Chagat. This is so because on the fourth day Malchut compensated for only the first 3 days, and afterwards 3 more days came out, Nehi. This is so because once the Kedusha appeared over the first 3 days, Chagat, the patriarchs, the essence of Zeranpin, who is the craftsman, went out to his work, and the sons, Nehi, were emanated, the last 3 days of the 6 days of creation. This is so because the fourth day is the fourth leg of the upper throne, Binah, and Zeranpin is considered a throne to Binah. And as the chair is not completed before the fourth leg is completed in it, Zeranpin too is not completed before the Malchut appears in it on the fourth day. And he could emanate the 3 days Nehi only after its completion.
78. All the actions of the first 3 days, Chagat, and the last 3 days, Nehi, depended upon the Sabbath day, Malchut, with respect to the Gar and its completion. It is written about it, and on the 7th day God completed his work. Sabbath is the fourth leg of the throne. Sabbath is the fourth day, and the fourth day are both considered Malchut. However, the fourth day is also the Malchut that is included in Zeranpin, in his Tiferet from the Chazeh and above. And the Sabbath day is Malchut in a coupling with Zeranpin face to face. And even though the first 3 days were completed on the fourth day, they were still not entirely completed in it and were dependent until the Sabbath. It follows that on the Sabbath, they were completed between the first days, Chagat, and the last days, Nehi. As it is written, and on the 7th day God completed his work which he had done. All 6 days, including the first 3 days. This is the Sabbath. And this is the fourth leg of the throne. The seventh day is the Sabbath, a seventh to the sons. It is also the fourth leg of the throne, which complements to the patriarchs too. And the Sabbath is their fourth. The reason why the 3 days Chagat were not sufficiently corrected on the fourth day, but need the Sabbath day to complement them, is that on the fourth day there was a diminution in Malchut, called the diminution of the moon. Because of it, she returned for a second Ibul, impregnation, and her completeness was revealed on the Sabbath day. It follows that the Sabbath day complemented the first 3 days as well. 79. If Sabbath is the Malchut, why does it say, "You shall keep my Sabbaths," which are 2? The Sabbath of the eve of Sabbath is Malchut, and the Sabbath of the actual day of Sabbath is Zaranpin, who shines in Sabbath, which is Malchut. They are not separated because they are united face to face and are called 2 Sabbaths. If, according to the first view, the 2 Malchuts, fourth and seventh, are whole in themselves, it is very clear that the words "my Sabbaths," fourth and seventh, are 2. But if it is not completed on the fourth, but only after it is included in the seventh, then they are only 1 Sabbath. And why does the text say "my Sabbaths" 2? It refers to the zon that illuminate in the holiness of the Sabbath. Since the Sabbath day is the male, and the eve of Sabbath is the female, and they are 2 Sabbaths included in "my Sabbaths," since they are actually 1 without separation. This is why Zaranpin is called Sabbath too. 80. That donkey driver who was leading the donkeys behind them said, "And why is it written, 'And fear my sanctuary'?" He replied to him, "This is the holiness of the Sabbath." He told him, "And what is the holiness of the Sabbath?" He replied to him, "It is Kedusha, holiness, extended from above, from Abba Ve'ima." He told him, "Then how did you make the Sabbath, who is not holy in itself, but Kedusha lies on it from above, from Abba Ve'ima?"
Yeah, because the Sabbath itself, there's nothing in it.
Rabbi Abba said, "So it is, for it is written, 'And call the Sabbath a delight, and the sanctification of the Lord honorable.' Thus, the Sabbath is mentioned separately, and the sanctification of the Creator is separate." He told him, "Then who is the sanctification of the Creator?" He replied to him, "It is the Kedusha that descends from above, from Abba Ve'ima, and hovers over the Sabbath." The donkey driver told him that if Kedusha, that is extended from above, is called honorable, does it imply that the Sabbath itself is not honorable? But it is written, and honor it. So, is the Sabbath itself honorable? Rabbi Elazar said to Rabbi Abba, leave that man, for there is a word of wisdom in him, which we do not know. They told him, you tell it. Commentary. He asked him, and what is the meaning of what is written, and fear my sanctuary? Because the Sabbath is considered zon, why are they called my sanctuary? It is because only Abba ve'Ima are called holy. This is why he told him, thus the Sabbath is mentioned separately, and the sanctification of the Creator is separate. By that, he proved to him that the Sabbath itself is considered zon, that she is not holiness in herself, but because Kedusha, holiness, is extended to her from above, from upper Abba ve'Ima, who are called holiness, and an extension from Abba ve'Ima is called sanctifying the Creator, of whom it was said, and the sanctification of the Creator, of the Lord, honorable. 81. My Sabbaths, et of, comes to include the Sabbath zone, 2,000 cubits to each side. This is why he added the word et, aleph tav, the first letter and the last letter in the Hebrew alphabet. My Sabbaths is in plural form, the upper Sabbath and the lower Sabbath. The two are included together and concealed together. Et, of, comes to include the Sabbath zone. Since even though it is written, let no man go out of his place on the seventh day, the text added 2,000 outside his place to each direction in the word et. Also, et is the malchut, from whose coupling come forth the mochin of Abba ve'Ima, which shine in the Sabbath in the addition of illumination of the zon. This is so because Abba ve'Ima are 2,000, for which the text adds et, which comes to add to it. My Sabbaths refer to the upper Sabbath and the lower Sabbath. The upper Sabbath is Tvuna, and the lower Sabbath is Malchut, Nukva of Zeranpin, who are called Ma and Mi, the upper world and the lower world, included together. This is so because on Sabbath, zon rise and clothe Abba ve'Ima. Tvuna and Malchut are included in one another together because the lower one that rises to the upper one becomes like him, and they are concealed together. For this reason, Malchut does not become actual Tvuna without recognition between them, because the mochin of Tvuna are received by Malchut only above, at the place of Tvuna. But in Malchut's own place, below, she does not have these mochin. In that sense, Malchut is still considered hidden. Also, Tvuna suffers from Malchut's blocking, for because their mochin are included together, they are also blocked together. It follows that even though Tvuna herself is not under any blocking, since now on Sabbath she is one parzuf with upper Ima, But because the mochin do not shine in one inclusion in Malchut's mochin, Malchut's blocking is sensed in the mochin of Tvuna as well.
Item 82. Another Sabbath remained who was not mentioned. She was in shame, and she said before him, O Lord, since the day you have made me, I have been called Sabbath, and there is no day without a night. He told her, my daughter, you are Sabbath, and I have called you Sabbath. But behold, I am crowning you with the highest crown. He passed on a manifest, saying, fear my sanctuary. This is the Sabbath of the eve of Sabbath, who is fear, and in whom there is fear, which the Creator mingled together and said, I am the Lord, where I is the Malchut, the eve of Sabbath. The Lord is Zeranpin, and in the words, I am the Lord, they were mingled together. And I heard from my father, who said so and made the precision, that the word et includes the Sabbath zone. My Sabbaths in plural form, and the circle and square within it, which are two Sabbaths. And opposite those two, there are two sanctities that we should mention. One is, thus the heavens and the earth were completed. And one is the Kiddush. There are 35 words in the blessing, thus the heavens, and the 35 words in the Kiddush that we sanctify. Altogether, they add up to 70 names, in which the Creator and the assembly of Israel are crowned. 83. And because those circle and square are my Sabbaths, both are included in the keep, as it is written, keep my Sabbaths. But the upper Sabbath is not included in the keep, but in the remember. Since the upper king, Bina, was completed in the remember. This is why Bina is called a king that peace is his, since this peace is remember. Hence, there is no dispute above. Commentary. Another Sabbath remained, which was not mentioned. This is Malchut of Malchut, called middle point, and which does not receive mochin during the Sabbath day as well, since she is the lock itself. And all the mochin come only in the key, Yesod of Malchut. And since she did not receive mochin, she was in shame. Another Sabbath remained, who was not mentioned, is the middle point, who did not receive mochin and was in shame. She argued, since the day you have made me, in the beginning of my emanation in the world of Ak, I have been called Sabbath. All the mochin were imparted by me, because there was no other malchut in Ak, but only the middle point. which was diminished only during the second restriction to the world of Atzilut. She also argued there's no day without a night. This is very beautiful because she argued that even on the first day, it is written, and there was evening and there was morning, one day. Meaning that the unity appears over day and night together. Thus, was a night not mentioned on the Sabbath of Bereshit. It is so because no night is written on the seventh day of the act of creation. And the Creator told her, you are a Sabbath for the future, in the seventh millennium, on a day that is all Sabbath. I have called you Sabbath since the day I made you in the world Ak. But behold, I am crowning you with the highest crown. In other words, the Creator raised her so she would serve in the Gal of the Parzufim. For she was established as Malchut of Upper Abavima, unknown Avir. Upper Abavima are called the Holy of Holies. She too is in the upper holiness. And it was said that he passed on a manifest, saying, fear my sanctuaries, since through her correction in Upper Abavima she became a sanctuary, which is, fear my sanctuaries. It follows that now Malchut has gained the upper crown, more than she has had in the world Ak. Since there she was using the siyum of the Sfirot in her stead, and now she rose to serve in the place of Gal, in Upper Abavima, who are called Holy of Holies. This is why it was said, behold, I am crowning you with the highest crown. This is the Sabbath of the Eve of Sabbath, who is fear, and in whom there is fear. Malchut is called fear because there was a restriction on her to not receive into her own quality. Thus, she does not use the direct light from above downward into her own essence, but only the reflected light when she is corrected with a screen, with a tremor and a shudder. So the light will not traverse from the screen down. Now upon her ascent to the upper holiness of Abavima, there is upper fear in her, since the upper Havaya of Abavima is in her. This is the eve of the Sabbath day that was now erected. As she argued, there is no day without a night. And this is the Sabbath of the eve of Sabbath. The quality of night has also been included in the Sabbath day. And the fear that is in it is that the Creator included together and said, I am the Lord, since the upper Havaya of Abavima is included in her, and said, I am the Lord. To interpret that, Rabbi Elazar brings the words that he heard from his father. The image of the circle indicates that the light shines there equally in all the places, and there is no din there at all, for which any change should occur in the measure of illumination. The image of the square indicates that there are dinim there, for which one should distinguish between right and left, east and west. Hence, the Rosh is regarded as being shaped as a circle with respect to the body, which is a square, since there are no dinim in Gal, Rosh, and there are dinim in the Guf, for which there are right and left in the Guf, face and back. The Sabbath is that the Zon rise and clothe Abba Ve'ima, who are considered upper Sabbath and lower Sabbath, mingled together. The upper Sabbath, Abba Ve'ima, are considered a circle, and the lower Sabbath, Zon, Guf, are regarded as a square. Hence, on Sabbath, the Zon in the square rise and mingle with Abba Ve'ima, who are in a circle. This is why it is written, my Sabbaths, to include two Sabbaths, upper Sabbath, a circle with a square within it, and the lower Sabbath, which rose and mingled with it. Thus the Mochin of Hochma are called 70 names, or 70 crowns, since Ayin implies Hochma. And since those Mochin appear only through the ascent of the lower Sabbath to the upper one, the Mochin divide over both, half of them for the upper Sabbath and half of them for the lower Sabbath. Hence, in the blessing and completed, there are 35 words, which are half the Mochin that are on the upper Sabbath, and in the Kiddush there are 35 words as well, implying to half the Mochin on the lower Sabbath. These are the Mochin in which the assembly of Israel, Malchut, the Sabbath, is crowned. And since the circle and the square are mingled together in my Sabbaths, the Mochin of the circle are also discerned as keep, like the square. Although keep indicates din, and a boundary from which one should keep, on the upper Sabbath, which is a circle, there is no din. Still, out of its mingling together with the Sabbath of a square, there is also the matter of keep in them. The upper Sabbath itself is included in the remember, not in the keep. Since the upper king, Bina, was complemented in the remember, and there is no din in it at all, of which it will be fitting to say keep, since there is keeping only in the nukva. However, with respect to the upper Sabbath being included in the lower Sabbath, there is keeping in both of them together, but not in the upper Sabbath itself. and peace is his, is remember. Hence there's no dispute above, since the upper king, Bina, me, who was completed in the letter Yud, is male Kelim, indicating that there is no dispute there at all, without din. This is why it is called a circle. But the lower Sabbath, Ma, was completed in the letter He. Hence there is dispute in her, right and left. This is why it is called a square. Item 84. There are two kinds of peace below. One is Jacob, Tiferet, and one is Joseph, Yesod. This is why it is written peace twice. Peace, peace to him who is far and to him who is near. To him who is far is Jacob, and to him who is near is Joseph. To him who is far is as it is written, the Lord appeared to me from afar, and also his sister stood from afar. To him who is near, it is written, knew who came lately. There are two kinds of peace below, in Zon. Jacob is Tiferet, and Joseph is Yesod. This implies to the couplings in Zon, since peace is coupling. For there is an upper coupling in it for extension of the level of Hochma, and there is a lower coupling in it for extension of Chasadim. The upper one is Jacob, and the lower one is Joseph. And since Zat cannot receive the level of Hochma without Chasadim, the level of Hochma in Zon is far from them, since they can receive it only by clothing in Chasadim. Also it is written, the Lord appeared to me from afar. Since the level of Chokhmah is far from him and he needs clothing to receive it. Hence, Jacob's peace is called far. And the lower coupling and Joseph's peace is called near, for it is received without clothing. Moreover, through his level of chasadim, he can receive chokhmah as well. The two kinds of peace, Jacob's and Joseph's, which always apply in Zon's coupling of Gadlut, are considered a square. Thus there is a dispute in them, and they end in the letter He, the Nukva. But the upper king, Bina, me, end in the letter Yud, male. And there is no dispute in them. Even the matter of far and near do not apply in Bina herself, since she is considered Gar, and Gar can receive Chokhmah in the near, meaning they do not need the clothing of Chasadim at all, and receive Chokhmah without Chasadim. Also, there aren't two kinds of peace in the upper king as there are in Zon, since he is a king that peace is his. 85. From afar is the highest point that stands in his palace. It is written about this one, keep, and it is included in the keep. And fear my temple is the point that stands in the middle, which should be feared most, for her punishment is death. It is written, they who profane it shall surely be put to death. They who profane it means those who enter the space of the circle and the square to the place where that point is present and blemishes it shall surely be put to death. It is written about this one, fear, and the middle point is called I, and there is that upper hidden one over her, who is undisclosed, Havaya, and I and Havaya are all one. Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Abba came down from their donkeys and kissed the donkey driver. They said, what is all that wisdom that is under your hand while you are driving our donkeys? Who are you? He told them, ask not who I am, but I and you shall walk and engage in Torah, and each shall say words of wisdom to illuminate the way. From afar is the highest point in his palace, the key, from which the Hochma of the 32 paths pours out. The point in his palace is the letter Bet in Bereshit, from which the level of Hochma pours out to Zon, when Zon rise and clothe the upper Abavima. For then the two Sabbaths are mingled together, the upper Sabbath and the lower Sabbath. It is written about them, the Lord appeared to me from afar, since the Zon can receive Chokhmah only when it is clothed in Chasadim. From afar is the highest point in his palace, the Chokhmah Bina, who are from afar to the Zon. Also, Zon needs the clothing of Chasadim from the lower world, which is Ma, which ends in the Nukva. Because he needs the coupling of the lower one of Ma, which was completed in the Nukva, who is called Keep. The level of Chokhmah too was included in the Keep. This is the reason why it is written about, keep my Sabbaths. Also, the upper Sabbath that is included in Zon is included in the quality of keep, and not in the remember, since they necessarily end in the Nukva, to receive the level of Chasadim. Only the upper king, Hochma and Bina in and of themselves, who receive Hochma from him who is near, without clothing in Chasadim, and in remember, and are called remember and not keep. The point that stands in the middle is the actual lock that was established in upper Abavema, in an unknown Avir. The middle point operates only in Ak, and not in the world of Atzilut. Hence, there is no attainment in upper Abavema, who are Gar of Bina. And all the Chokhmah is imparted in the world of Atzilut only from Zat of Bina, who is called Yeshut, where the key operates. It is called a point in his palace. And since she was established in upper Abba Ve'ima, she is called my temple. Hence there's fear in her, as it is written, and fear my temple, which is the point that stands in the middle. They who profane it are those who enter the space of the circle and the square, the place where that point is present, and blemish it. The circle is Abba Ve'ima, and the square is Zon, that clothe Abba Ve'ima and are included in the circle. Also, Malchut of Abba Ve'ima is the point within them. There are two discernments in this Malchut, lock and key. The key is called a point in his palace, and she is only Yesod in Malchut, operating only in Yeshut. The lock is Malchut in Malchut, the actual middle point, operating only in upper Abba Ve'ima. One who enters the space of the circle in the square, meaning Malchut of Abba Ve'ima, whose Avir is unknown, the place where the middle point is present and blemishes it, shall be put to death because he wishes to extend light into her space, and it is forbidden to extend any light into her. This is why it is written, fear, and it is written about the middle point, and fear my temple. The actual middle point is called I, and Abba Ve'ima are Havaya, that are present over that point. This is why they are hidden upper ones, undisclosed, since the thought has no attainment of them whatsoever. And this is I, the Lord, and it is all one, for they are regarded as one. This is why the point is called Abba Ve'ima as well, meaning, and fear my temple, since the actual point is considered holiness, like Abba Ve'ima, for they are one. You should know that the way in which Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Abba walk is not as it seems. Rather, it is as it is written, the way of the righteous is like the light of dawn, which shines brighter and brighter until the full day. It was said that Rabbi Elazar went to see Rabbi Yossi, son of Rabbi Shimon, son of Lakonia, his father-in-law. This implies the level of degree at which they stood at that time. This is because Ranpin has his own Abba Ve'ima, upper Abba Ve'ima. He also has his wife's Abba Ve'ima, who are Yeshut. First, Ranpin obtains the Ranpin for the Abba Ve'ima of his Nukva, who are Yeshut, Mochin of Neshama. And then he rises to a higher degree and obtains Mochin of Chaya for his own Abba Ve'ima, who are upper Abba Ve'ima. Also, the righteous that walk on the degrees are a Merkava for Zranpin. And since the way in which Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Abba were walking was in Mochin of Neshama, the indication came that Rabbi Elazar went to meet his father-in-law, Abba Ve'ima, of his Nukva, who is Mochin of Neshama. The donkey driver who is leading the donkeys behind them is the assistance to the souls of the righteous, which is sent to them from above to raise them from one degree to the next. Had it not been for this assistance which the Creator sends to the righteous, they would have been unable to rise from their degree and ascend higher. Hence, the Creator sends a high soul from above according to the merit and degree of each righteous, and it assists him on his way. In the beginning, the righteous does not know that soul at all. It seems to him that it is a very low soul which is accompanying him on his way. This is called the impregnation of the righteous's soul. It means that the soul above has not completed her assistance. Hence, it is completely undistinguishable that it is her. But once she completes her assistance and brings the righteous to the desired degree, he recognizes her and sees her sublimity. This is called the disclosure of the soul of the righteous. The soul which came to assist Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Abba was the soul of Rabbi Himnon Saba. This is a very high soul, immeasurably sublime. She is the light of Yehuda. However, in the beginning, she came to them by impregnation, and they only recognized the quality of the simple donkey driver in her, owner of the donkeys, whose craft is to take passengers from place to place on his donkeys, while he himself is walking on foot before his donkeys and leads them. This is why he is called the donkey driver. Rabbi Abba said, "Let us open the doors of Torah, for now is the time and the hour to be corrected on our way, to open the channels of the soul by opening the gates of the secrets of Torah, so they will be corrected on the path of the Creator on which they march." Rabbi Elazar explained the verse, "Keep my Sabbaths," in terms of the degree on which he stood, at Mochin of Yishsut, which is called seeing his father-in-law. Hence, he explained that the Sabbath itself is considered zon that are not yet holiness, but extend from holiness, from Mochin of Yishsut, that the zon extend on the Sabbath day. They explained the words, "and fear my temple," on these Mochin, since there is still fear in the Hochma that comes to zon from the bottom Mochin of Yishsut, for they are still poised for a question. Hence there is fear in that holiness. Here, the donkey driver assisted them and revealed the mochin of Chaya in them. He explained, keep my Sabbaths on the upper Sabbath and on the lower Sabbath that come together through Zon's rising to BeAvraham, where Zon themselves become holiness, a square within a circle. It was not said fear in regard to them, but only keep. Since the mochin of Chaya repel all the outer ones, and all the dinim come out of her on the Sabbath day. In that respect, there is no fear there. And he explained to them the words, and fear my temple, in regard to the middle point, which operates in Gal of BeAvraham, Gal of mochin of Chaya, in which there is no attainment at all, and in which there is fear.
By that, the soul completed her task because she brought them to attain mochin of Chaya. Then they were rewarded with the disclosure of the soul of the righteous, for now they recognize the merit of that soul. For this reason, Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Abba came down and kissed the donkey driver, since the obtainment of the merit is clarified in the act of kissing. However, in truth, the role of that soul has not been completed yet, because she still needed to assist them in obtainment of the light of Yehuda. But since the obtainment of Chaya alone is a complete degree in and of itself, it is therefore considered that the soul appeared, was revealed to them to that extent. And the reason why they thought he was the son of Rav Himnona Saba and not Rav Himnona Saba himself is that Rav Himnona Saba is Yehuda, and his son is Chaya. Hence, because they only attained Chaya now, they were mistaken about him, thinking that he was Rav Himnona Saba's son. However, once he notified them about the meaning of the words of Benayahu, son of Yehoiada, who is the disclosure of the degree of Yehuda, he appeared to them in full, and they saw that he was Rav Himnona Saba himself. This is why he said to them, ask not who I am, since they felt about themselves that they still did not fully know him. For the assisting role of that soul has not yet been completed. For this reason, they implored him to disclose his name. But he replied to them that they should not ask for his name, because further disclosures of the secrets of the Torah were required. In other words, the path has not yet been fully corrected. He told them, rather, I and you shall walk and engage in the Torah. For you still need me to assist you in the engagement in the Torah. And each shall say words of wisdom to illuminate the way, for we still need to light the path, because we have not yet reached our destination.
86. They told him, who let you come here to be a donkey driver? He replied to them, the Yud waged war on two letters, Chaf and Samech, to come and bond with me. Chaf did not wish to depart from her place and bond with me because she cannot be, even for a moment, but only in it, in the throne. Samech did not wish to leave her place because she must support those who are fallen, for they cannot be without the Samech. 87. Yud came to me alone, kissed, embraced me, cried with me, and told me, my son, what shall I do for you? But I am departing, and I am filled with several good things, and superior and respectable hidden letters, and then I will come to you and assist you. And I will give you the inheritance of two letters, which are higher than the ones that have departed. Yud, Shin. The upper Yud and the upper Shin will be treasures filled with everything. For this reason, my son, go and drive the donkeys. This is why I am walking so. The donkey driver is an impregnation of the soul of a righteous that comes to assist those who walk on the path of the Creator to exit his degree and arrive at a more important degree, like those donkey drivers who take people from one place to place on their donkeys. At that time, the righteous too falls from his previous degree and comes to an impregnation of a new degree, like the soul that comes to assist him. Impregnation means departure of the mochin. This is what they wanted to know from him, how the Creator made it, so that you would come to us by impregnation, by which we have come to the departure of the mochin, and who let you walk here and be a donkey driver. He told them, the Yud waged war on two letters, the Chaf and the Samech, so they would come to connect with me. Yud is Hochma, and the degree of mochin of neshama is called a throne, from the words, the throne of God, since the mochin of Hochma come clothed and covered, and are not disclosed. When the time came to obtain mochin of Chaya, Yud of Havaya, the degree with which I have come to reward you, Hochma really did wish to connect the mochin of the throne in me too, the mochin of neshama, who was previously in you, and the Yud waged war against them. However, the Chaf did not wish to depart from her place and bond with me because she cannot be for even a moment, but only in him. This is so because Malchut of the upper that dressed in the lower Chaf, and when the Chaf wished to descend from the throne shook, and all the worlds shuddered and were about to fall, since any bonding of degrees with one another, from the top of Atzilut to the bottom of Asiyah, is through Malchut of the upper that dresses in the lower. Hence, she cannot come down from her place, the degree of Yesut, which is the degree of Neshama, for even a moment, since there cannot be a cessation in the degrees. Also, the Samech did not wish to leave her place because she must support those who are fallen, since they cannot be without a Samech. The Samech is the actual Mochin that the soul receives from Chabad Chagat of Abba ve'Ima, which impart upon Zon at the time of their Ketsunut. They support them so they will not fall from Atzilut outwards. Hence, it must be permanently in their place, unchanged. The thing is that the degrees are fixed, and only the souls undergo changes as they walk from degree to degree. Hence, the Mochin of Neshama did not wish to bond with the Yud, which is the level of Hochma, and connect to the soul of Rav Himnon Saba upon her descent to assist Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Abba, since they needed a new construction and extension of Mochin on the order beginning with impregnation through the level of Yehuda. This is why he said that Yud came to him alone, that she came to him without the Mochin of Chabad Chagat of Abba ve'Ima, called Samech. Also, it is known that the level of Hochma cannot clothe without the level of Chasadim that extended from the Samech. And since the Yud came alone without the level of Chasadim, she kissed him, embraced him, cried with him, and said to him, "My son, what shall I do for you?" In other words, she kissed and embraced him because she wished to clothe without chasadim. So she cried with him and said, "My son, what shall I do for you? As I have no tactic for clothing in you. And I depart, and I am filled with several good things, and superior and respectable hidden letters." Meaning, therefore now I must depart, and you will come in impregnation, to be built by yourself in all the phases of Ibul Yenika Mochin anew. And I will return to you with complete mochin, filled with everything. You should know that this applies to any new degree, since as long as one needs to receive a new degree, he must arrive at the departure of the previous mochin. And as the previously never had any degree to begin the acquiring of the soul anew, which is called Ibul, then Yenika, which is the light of Ruach. She therefore said that because of that, my son, go and drive the donkeys, because it is impossible to extend anything from the previous degree. You must start the Ibul anew. And this is called donkey driving. And I will give you the inheritance of 2 letters, higher than the ones that have departed, Yud Shin, the Mochin of Chaya, which are called inheritance of Abba Ve'ima, are called Yud Shin, since Yud is Hochma and Shin is Bina. They are certainly more important than those Mochin of Neshama that have departed. And you will have treasures filled with everything, as it is written, to inherit those who love me with substance, and I will fill their treasures. 88. Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Abba rejoiced, wept, and said, go ride the donkey, and we will prod it behind you. He was to ride, and they were to lead the donkey, he told them. And I did not tell you that it is the king's command until that donkey driver arrives. He is implying to the Messiah, of whom is it written, poor and mounted on a donkey. They said to him, but you have not told us your name, and where is your dwelling place? He replied to them, my dwelling place is good and of great value to me. It is a tower floating in the air, great and honorable. And those who dwell in that tower are the Creator and one poor man. This is my dwelling place. I was exiled from there, and I lead donkeys. Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Elazar looked at him, and his words were agreeable to them. They were as sweet as manna and honey. They told him, if you tell us the name of your father, we will kiss the dust of your feet. He told them, what for? It is not my way to boast in the Torah. Now that they have recognized his great merit, they could not tolerate his state of impregnation on their behalf. So they told him that now that they have already obtained the mochin, it was enough for him, and he could exit the impregnation. And if they might still have something to complement, they can be an impregnation themselves. And there is no reason for him to suffer on their behalf. This is why they said, go ride the donkey, and we will prod it behind you. He told them, and I did not tell you that it is the king's command until that donkey driver arrives. This means that they need not ask for his name, because they need further revelations of the secrets of the Torah. Here he also hinted to them that this refers to the Yehuda that was missing in them, which is the welcoming of the Messiah King, This is the intimation. But until that donkey driver arrives, for the Messiah king is poor and rides a donkey. And the king's commandment is, until that donkey driver arrives, because the king's commandment relates to him to assist them until they are rewarded with the light of Yehuda. This is why they told him, but you have not told us your name. You have not told us your name because we still did not obtain what we should attain from you. Yet, can you tell us your dwelling place nonetheless, the place of your degree, by which we will know that we still need to obtain you? He replied to them, my dwelling place is good and of great value to me. That is, my degree is good and sublime compared to the degree where I am now. For now, it is even beyond my own attainment. It is a tower floating in the air. A tower is the palace of the Messiah. Those who live in that tower are the Creator and one poor man, since the Messiah is poor and rides the donkey. The reason why he calls it great and honorable is that a mere tower that floats in the air is Binah. But here, when referring to the Messiah's palace, he mentions it by the name, a tower floating in the air, great and honorable. He says, this is my dwelling place. I have been exiled from there and lead donkeys. That is, my dwelling place is the tower, but now it is beyond me, as he said before. 89. But my father's dwelling place was in the great sea. He was a fish that circled the great sea from one end to end. And he was great and honorable, old and so ripe of age that he would swallow all the other fish in the sea, and then would bring them out alive and well, filled with all the abundance of the world. With his might, he would sail the entire sea in one moment. He took me out as an arrow in the hands of a mighty man, and hid me in that place that I've told you, the tower floating in the air. And he returned to his place and hid in that sea. Explanation. The hidden coupling is called a fish, implying to the 50th gate. The great sea is Malchut. All the couplings from Atik of Atzilut down do not include any of the great sea, meaning all the Sfirot of Malchut, but only the first 9 of Malchut. And Malchut of Malchut included in the coupling because she remains, as it is written, the path no eagle knows. However, in Atik Yomin, there is a coupling on that Malchut. 2, which will appear only at the end of corrections. Rav Imnon Saba came out of that hidden coupling in Atik Yomin, which is why it is called my father. He says, my father's dwelling place was in the Great Sea, meaning that he mated with the Malchut, who is called the Great Sea. And should you say that other Partsufim mate on the Malchut, he says to that, he was a fish that circled the Great Sea from end to end. In other words, he is considered a coupling of the 50th gate, which mates with the Great Sea with all Pchinot in her, from Keter to Malchut, from end to end, including Malchut of Malchut. And he was great and honorable, old and so ripe of age, for he is called Atik Yomin. And from him and below, this great coupling does not exist. It was said that he would swallow all the other fish in the sea. This is so because that great coupling swallows within it all the couplings and the neshamot, the souls, in all the worlds, for they are all included and annulled in it. And out of that incorporation, they are all called nunim, fish. And after the great corrections following that coupling, he gives birth once more to all the lights and neshamot that he had swallowed during the coupling, and they lived and exist forever, since they have already been filled with all the abundance of the world by him swallowing them through his great coupling.
He would sail the entire sea in one moment, since all the coupling from Atik Yomin down come by clothing of the Sfirot in one another. These clothings are regarded as cessations along the coupling until the drop comes to the yesod of male and female. But in the great coupling of Atik Yomin, it is without any clothing. Hence, it is considered that the coupling is in an instant. Quote, he would sail the entire sea in one moment, end quote, without any clothing, with his might. Might meaning, for all the givurot including in that coupling, he took me out, delivered me, as an arrow in the hands of a mighty man. However, these givurot are nothing like the givurot of the couplings below Atik Yomin. Rather, they are as it is written, neither has the eye seen a God besides you. However, indeed there is no birth without gvurot, because a seed that is not shot as an arrow does not beget. This is why it was said, he took me out as an arrow in the hands of a mighty man, and hid me in that place that I have told you, the great and honorable tower where the Creator and one poor man live. He returned to his place and hid in that sea. That is, after he begot him and hid him in a great and honorable tower, he returned to his coupling and hid in his place as before. 90.
Rabbi Elazar looked at his words and told him, "You are the son of the holy light. You are the son of the old Rav Hamnuna Saba. You are the son of the light of the Torah, and you are leading our donkeys?" They wept together and kissed him and went. They returned and said to him, "Perhaps it will be agreeable with our Lord to let us know his name." Commentary. They have not attained his words to the fullest, and attaining them was only in Mochin of Hiya. This is why they thought that he was the son of Rav Hamnuna Saba. Since Rav Hamnuna himself is from the Mochin of Yehuda, to let us know his name means to receive his degree, since obtaining his name means attainment of his degree. 91. And Bnayahu, Ben, son of Yehoyada, son of a living man, Ben Ishchai, son of a living man of many deeds, Mekabtzel. This verse comes to show the highest secrets of the Torah. The name Bnayahu ben Yehoyada comes to imply to the meaning of the Hochma. It hints to a hidden thing, and the name causes. Ben Ishchai, son of a living man, is the righteous one who lives forever, valiant, of Baalim, of many deeds, means he is the master of all the deeds and all the upper hosts, for they all stem from him. He is called the Lord of hosts, since he is the token in all his hosts, excellent and greater than all. Here, the writing shows sublime secrets of the Torah. Bnayahu ben Yehoyada implies the meaning of the Hochma, since the holy name Yehoyada, this Yedi'ah, knowing, relates to the meaning of the Hochma, wisdom. It is very sublime. It is a very sublime hidden secret, and the name Yehoyada causes it to be hidden. Explanation. Keter of Atzilut is called Radla, Aramaic for the unknown Rosh. And Atik Yomin surrounds 5 Parzufim of Atzilut: Arichanpin, Abba Ve'ima, and Zon, and is called Radla, a Rosh that is not known, where there is no coupling even in its own place. It is not known means that there is no extension of Mochin to the degrees below it.
Again?
You cannot be attained by the lower ones.
Arichanpin of Atzilut is hidden from the lower ones too. Hence, he is called Chochma Stima'ah, hidden Chochma. However, he is not regarded as unknown as is Radla, since there is a coupling in its own place. Rather, it is only unknown since there is no extension of Mochin from it and below. And all the Mochin known in the worlds during the 6,000 years are only from Abba Ve'ima and Yesut, which are called Hochma of the 32 paths, or 32 Elokim of the work of creation. It was written, from where does wisdom come, Hochma? And where is the place of Bina, understanding? It is hidden from the eyes of all living. God understands its way, and He knows its place. It is written, God understood its way. Truly its way. Since Elohim, God, Zaranpin, knows the way of the expansion of Hochma of the 32 paths to the lower Hochma. However, He, Atika Kadisha, the Holy Ancient One, knows her place, her actual place. The actual upper Hochma is Abba Ve'ema. It is even more so with that Hochma that is concealed in Atika Kadisha, since it is its own Moach, mind or Mochin. Understood its way, meaning only the Hochma of the 32 paths, the 32 Elohim of the work of creation. This is why it is written, God understood its way. Chokhmah is phrased as Bina, understanding, for it is written, understood its way, since the essence of Chokhmah is only Bina. But she becomes Chokhmah through her ascent to Rosh Arich Anpin, receiving from Chokhmah Stima'ah and bestowing below. This Chokhmah is revealed only in the path of Bina, while she rises to Chokhmah Stima'ah of Arich Anpin. Elohim, Bina, understood her way to abundance of Chokhmah. This is why it is said its way, truly, meaning only a path for the abundance of Chokhmah. But she herself is Bina and not Chokhmah. And he knows its place, relates to Arich Anpin. For the name he knows points to what is hidden from the lower ones, which is Arich Anpin, who is called Holy Atik. He says about him that he knew the place of Chokhmah of the 32 paths, since he is the actual Chokhmah that imparts upon the Bina. This is why he says her actual place, and all the more so her way, since he is from the place of imparting of that Chokhmah, especially that he knows the way of Chokhmah when she is clothed in Bina. Moreover, Chokhmah is blocked in Holy Atik, meaning that he knows his own Chokhmah Stima'ah. However, he also knows her place, since this coupling is disclosed only in its own place, but it is not imparted from it and below at all. Thus, Mocha of Arich Anpin are considered knowing in its own place, although it is regarded as unknown from him and below. Only Mochin of Abba Ve'ema, which are the Mochin of the 32 paths of wisdom, are regarded as known. God understood its way, but the upper Rosh, above Arich Anpin, the Rosh of Atik Yomin, is regarded as knowing and unknown, for there is no coupling even in its own place, and there is no expansion of Mochin from him and below and to the lower ones. And yet, all this relates only to the souls and the worlds in general. However, in relation to the souls in particular, there are high souls that were rewarded with being man for the great coupling of that Rosh of Atik Yomin after their demise, and to receive the level of Yehuda in the upper world, which comes from that coupling. These are the souls of Benayahu ben Yehoyada, of Amnon Saba, and others. Those high souls appear to the righteous in this world, and the righteous too are rewarded with seeing the light of Yehuda that illuminates in those high souls. The name Benayahu ben Yehoyada comes to imply to the meaning of Hochma. This soul, called Benayahu ben Yehoyada, comes from the internality of Hochma, Hochma of Atik Yomin. The illumination of that soul is hidden because the name Yehoyada causes the illumination of the soul to be hidden. For it means Yeho, Yud Kevav, Yada, new. But it was unknown to others. Thus, he remained hidden in his own place. First, he explains the quality of the coupling and the merit of the level of the great light that comes out of that coupling of Rosh of Atik Yomin, which is explained in the verse, son of a living man, of many deeds, Mekabtze'el. Afterwards, he explains the meaning of the hidden matter in the illumination of that soul. And this is explained in the verse, he struck the two, Ariel, Moab. The meaning of the words, son of a living man of many deeds, Mekabtze'el. This coupling is the coupling of the end of correction, which includes all the couplings and levels that came out one at a time during the 6,000 years. When all these lights gather in it at the same time. Similarly, the man that rises for that coupling includes within it all the torments and the punishments that have appeared during the 6,000 years, one by one. Thus, there is no end to the height of the level that comes out of that coupling, and it terminates the klipot and the sitra achra forever. The Yesod, which gives the general mad, meaning all the lights that came out during the 6,000 years, is called a living man of many deeds. And the Malchut that includes within it all the man and the suffering that have appeared over the 6,000 years is called Mekabtze'el. Son of a living man is a righteous who lives forever, since the name always indicates the Yesod, which gives to the Nukva. He has no receptacle for his own need. Hence, it is considered that he is living only in the world, in Nukva, when he gives to her. This is why he is called a righteous who lives forever. However, in this coupling of his, he is mentioned by name of many deeds, the master of all the deeds and all the upper hosts, which now includes in his mud all the good deeds and all the upper degrees that have appeared one by one during the 6,000 years. Now they have all assembled in him at the same time, and they are renewed in the upper light, and come out from him to the Nukva all at once. This is why he is called of many deeds. They all come out from him, meaning they all come out at once to the Nukva, at once, Havaya of hosts, for he is a token in all his hosts, finer and greater than all. For now, the holy name, Lord of hosts, has appeared in him in its full perfection. As now, he is a token in all his hosts, as he is inscribed with all the works and all the upper hosts, and he grows and transcends all of them in his illumination.
92.
Yeah.
Of many deeds is Mekabtziel, the great and honorable tree, the greatest of all. From which place did he come out? From which degree did he come? The writing repeats Mekabtziel is a high and hidden degree which neither has the eye seen, a God besides you. A degree that everything is in it, and which collects of the upper light within it, and from which everything comes out. Explanation. Now the Nukva is called Mekabtziel, because of many deeds is Mekabtziel, meaning that the Nukva assembles within her all the lights from Yesod at once. This is why he is called of many deeds. The level that comes out on this coupling is called the great and honorable tree, which comes out of Yesod and comes to the Nukva. He says that to show us the quality of that high level from which it comes and arrives, he replied that verse in the name Mekabtziel, that the upper light assembles them in Yesod and gives them to the Nukva. Thus both are named Mekabtziel together. This is a high and hidden degree that neither has the eye seen a God besides you. In other words, that degree which comes out of that coupling is called neither has the eye seen a God besides you. He says that the entire correction is at that degree, at the time of the last perfection. Hence, it is regarded as a degree that everything is in it, because he assembled of the upper light within it, and all the abundance and the upper lights from all 6,000 years all at once, and renewed them in the upper light. This is why it was said that everything comes out of it, because this is why all the longed for perfection comes out and appears now. 93. This is the holy hidden place in which all the degrees are hidden and assembled.
And in the goof of that palace are all the worlds, and all the holy hosts are nourished by it and exist there. The Rosh of Atik Yomin itself is the holy and hidden palace, that all the degrees in all the worlds are assembled and hidden within it. By that, it explains how this great coupling of the end of correction was formed and made possible to include all the degrees and levels that came out within it, one at a time, during the 6,000 years, to renew it and bring it out at once. The Rosh of Atik Yomin is the holy and hidden palace, in which all the degrees are hidden and assembled. That is, during the days of the existence of the world, when the degrees are in ascent and descent. This is so because once the degree becomes revealed, it departs again because of the sin of the lower ones. Upon the departure of the degree, it is not lost, but rises to Rosh of Atik and becomes concealed there. In this way, it gathers within it each level and degree that appears in the worlds. They come there one at a time and assemble and disappear within it until the time of the end of correction. When it renews them and brings them out at once. In that goof of that palace are all the worlds. Since that hidden and holy palace, called Rosh of Atik Yomin, is regarded as not knowing and unknown during the entire 6,000 years. Hence, although it gathers within it all the lights that appear in the worlds, none of them appears until the end of correction. It follows that after the concealment of each degree, due to the flaw in the lower ones, since she has risen to Rosh of Atik and was hidden there, all the degrees are hidden and assembled in it. Moreover, the goof of Atik Yomin, from its peh of Rosh down, is clothed in the 5 Parzufim of Atzilut, and through them it illuminates to all the worlds. Also, there is no illumination, small or great, which does not come from the goof of Atik Yomin. And in the goof of that palace are all the worlds, since the goof of Atik Yomin dresses in all the Parzufim in Abiyah, and all the worlds clothe it and exist in it. Their whole existence and illumination come from it, and all the holy hosts are nourished by it and exist. These are the lights that come to revive the worlds, and they are called nourishments, and the lights that come to Mochin of Gadlut. They all extend from Guf of Atik Yomin. And in regards to the abundance for sustaining the world, it was said that they are nourished by it, meaning nourishments and
In regard to the Mochen of Gadlut, it was said that they exist, since the Mochen impart upon each Partzuf according to the level attributed to it. 94. There are two temples that were nourished for it, the first temple and the second temple. And since it departed, the extension that was extended from above was arrested, and it is considered that he seemingly struck them and ruined and destroyed them. As it is written, he struck the two Ariel Moav. Commentary. After the illumination of Guf of Atik Yomin departed, the abundance that was extended from it, from there and above, ceased. Hence, two temples were ruined. It follows that he seemingly struck them, ruined them, and destroyed them. These are truly profound things, because it means that due to the disclosure of the level of the great coupling of Rosh of Atik Yomin, the illumination of Guf of Atik Yomin departed from all the worlds. Hence, the temples were ruined, and all the lights that would illuminate for Israel were darkened. All the corrections relate only to Bchina Dalet, Malchut, and Nukva of Zeranpin, Partzuf Bon. This is so because the breaking of the vessels occurred because of it, as well as the sin of the tree of knowledge. And all the work of the righteous during the 6,000 years is to return and correct it, as it was prior to the breaking of the vessels and before the sin of Adam Arishon. Afterwards, the great coupling of Rosh of Atik Yomin will appear, forever uprooting the klipot and the sitra achra. As it is written, death will be swallowed up forever. And since the bone has already been corrected forever and no longer needs any corrections, the bone will return to being sag, and this will complete the entire correction. However, in the meantime, after the great coupling of Atik Yomin and before the return of Bon to being Sag, there is an issue of departure of the illumination of the Guf of Atik. Because of its departure, two temples were ruined, two discernments of Mochin, which illuminate in two temples. Mochin of upper Abba Ve'ima, which illuminate in the first temple, and Mochin of Yesut, which illuminate in the second temple. Also, all the illuminations of Israel were ruined and departed, for all those ruins are the last corrections, which will bring the bone back to being Sag, which is all that is desired.
And then the two temples will be rebuilt by heaven. From screen of Bchina Bet, Bina, that is through the screen of Sag of Ak, from before the second restriction, which is cleaned of any restriction, but only out of heaven, as it is written, for he desires mercy. At that time, the two temples will exist forever, and the light of the moon will be as the light of the sun, upper Bina, which is now the light of Zeranpin, the sun. Also, the light of the sun will be sevenfold as the light of the 7 days, as Zat of Atik Yomin, from which the light extends to Abba Ve'ima, that emanated the 7 days of creation. Since Zeranpin, the sun, will once again be Ab, in which there is the light of Guf of Atik. And the reason for the departure of Guf of Atik prior to those corrections is that there are only 2 nukvas in 10 sfirot, Bina and Malchut, Sag and Bon. It follows that after the great coupling of Atik Yomin, Bon was cancelled and the screen of Sag was cancelled along with it due to the correction that is done in Guf of Atik, associating Bina and Malchut with each other, associating the quality of judgment with the quality of mercy. Through that association, he emanated to Partzuf Archanpin of Atzilut, and all the Partzufim of Abiyah came out and existed only in this Malchut, which is associated and mitigated by the quality of mercy, Bina. Hence, since the screen of Bon had been cancelled, the screen of Bchina Bet has been cancelled along with it, which is the screen of Sag, while they are tied together as one. And since the Nukva and the screen were cancelled, the coupling with the upper light was stopped, hence the entire illumination of the Guf of Atik that was over the screen that is associated with the quality of mercy completely departed. And naturally, all the lights from the screen downward, which extend from Guf of Atik, were ruined. It was written, he struck the 2, Ariel and Moav. 2 temples existed and were nourished for it, the first temple and the second temple. When he departed, the extension that was being extended from above had ceased, since because the Bon was cancelled by the great coupling of Atik Yomin, the Sag, the screen of Bchina Bet itself was cancelled too. And since the screen is unfit for coupling, the upper light that was the extension that extended from above ceased because of the cancelling of the screen. Thus, due to the great coupling that was done in Rosh of Atik Yomin, the imparting of light from Guf of Atik Yomin has ceased and was cancelled due to the coupling of the Rosh cancelled the screen of Bon. And because thus far the screen of Bon was connected with the screen of Sag in Guf of Atik Yomin as one, the screen of Sag was cancelled too. And since there is no screen for coupling by striking, there is no room for the upper light to impart there.
Item 95. The holy throne, Malchut, fell. As it is written, and I was in the exile. That degree, I, Malchut, was in the exile on the river Kevar, which extends and comes out since the days of old. And now its waters and fountains have dried out, and it no longer flows as before. It is as it is written, and the river will be ruined and dry out. Ruined in the first temple, and dry out in the second temple. This is why it is written, he struck the 2, Ariel Moab. Moab means from the Av, the Father in heaven. They were ruined and perished for him, and all the lights that illuminated for Israel have darkened. A throne points to the mitigation of Malchut in Bina, which is the throne of Rachamim, by which all the Mochin are imparted in 6,000 years to all the Patsufim of Abiyah. This is why it was said, and the holy throne, Malchut, fell, since out of annulling the screen of Bon, the screen of Sag, the throne, was cancelled and fell, as well, as it is written, and I was in the exile. Meaning that degree, I was in the exile. I is the Malchut of the upper one, which becomes Keter for the lower one. This is because the letters Ani, I, are the letters of Ein, not the name of Keter, crown. It is known that Malchut of the upper one is the whole connection between the Patsufim. Each upper one makes the coupling on his Malchut, which elicits reflected light, dressing the direct light of the upper one. Afterwards, Malchut of the upper one descends in the 10 Sfirot of her reflected light, within which the level of direct light clothes and dresses in the lower one. Thus, now that degree I is in exile, since the coupling with the upper one has been cancelled from it, and the upper light ceased from all the Patsufim. On the river Kabar, which extends and comes out since days of old, and now its waters and fountains have dried out. This is so because while she is corrected with a screen, she is called a river that extends and comes out. This means that the upper light extends to the lower one through her, like the waters of a river that flow continuously. But now that the screen has been revoked, the river is named the river Kavar. For in the past, it was a river, but now, since now its waters and fountains have dried out. Its waters is the upper light that used to be extended in it. Its fountains are the screen, which was considered a fountain while it was corrected in her. This is so because the abundance was tied to it and ceaselessly emitted from it. And now it has all that stopped and is not continuing as before, meaning that the upper light no longer extends from it as before. As it is written, and the river will be ruined and dry out. It will be ruined in the first temple and dry out in the second temple. Ima is considered the first temple, and Tvuna is called the second temple. It is written about the first temple that it will be ruined because in it the coupling had stopped, because the fountain, which is the screen, was ruined. And since there is no coupling in Upper Ima, Tvuna is completely dried out. This is why it is written about Tvuna and dry out. Moab means from the Av, Father in heaven. This is so because the root of the Mochin of the two temples is from Abba, who is the Father in heaven.
which shines for Ze'anpin, heaven, whose lights elevated Zon to Yeshut in the second temple, and to the upper Abba Ve'ima in the first temple. Now they have been ruined and darkened due to the cessation of the abundance of Guf of Atik Yomin. And all his lights, which used to shine for Israel, have gone dark. This means that not only did the great mochin of the two temples darken, but the lights that illuminated for Israel, even the lights of Vak and the lights of Bia, were all ruined.
96.
He went down and struck the lion inside a pit. In early times, when this river extended its waters below, Israel were in wholeness, because they would offer offerings and sacrifices to atone for their souls. At that time, an image of a lion would come down, and they would see it on the altar, crouching over its prey, eating the offerings as a mighty man. And all the dogs, the slanderers, would hide from him and would not come out to slander. Explanation. The fire of the High One, who would crouch over the altar in the temple, was crouching like a lion. It would burn the offerings that the children of Israel offered on it. And this is why it was said, in early times, when this river extended its waters below, Israel were in wholeness. It is so because before the illumination of Atik was revoked, and the upper lights were drawn to Israel as a river, whose waters extend from above downward ceaselessly, Israel were in their full wholeness. For they would offer offerings and sacrifices to atone for their souls. Along with the offerings that they would offer, they would raise man for the upper coupling on the screen. And mad, which are the mochin, would be drawn out. By that, they drew closer in great adhesion to their Father in heaven. And all the klipot fled and moved away from them. This is the meaning of to atone for their souls, since the departure of the klipot from the souls was considered atonement. It is like a stained garment whereby washing, all the stains are removed and cleaned from the garment. This is why it was called offerings, since Israel offer for their Father in heaven. And since they were in their wholeness and were raising man only to bring contentment to their Maker, the man would rise up to Binah, where there is the light of Chasadim, and bestow in the form of a lion, Chesed. It is considered that Binah's lion received the good deeds and the man that the children of Israel raised.
and they saw their man fall prey to upper Bina. Bina's light of Chasadim extended in direct light over the man, and the direct light will crouch over the prey, man, and eat it. Regarding the lion's eating of the offering, the essence of the offering is the man that rises for strengthening the screen and to raise reflected light. And since the amount of direct light is measured by the amount of the reflected light that rises from the screen, it is considered that the direct light is nourished by the man and grows and is sustained by it. It is like an animal that lives and grows by the food that it eats. Similarly, all the livelihood of the corporeal animal depends on the food that it eats, and it dies upon their cessation. Just so the upper light depends on the reflected light that rises from the screen. And when the reflected light ceases, it is cancelled from the lower one. This is why it was said that an image of a lion comes down from above. The light of Binah, which extends from above downward in direct light, is in the image of a lion, the form of bestowal as the nature of Binah. And they would see it crouching over its prey, meaning they saw the direct light clothing and crouching within the reflected light that rises from the offering, which is its prey and nourishments. It eats the offerings as a mighty man. This means that it eats and grows through the offerings as a mighty man. Because when Israel were in wholeness, a measure of bestowal, which is raising man and reflected light, was with great power from below upward. This is so because the level of the reflected light was measured by the size of the striking of the screen in tremor and in shudder, which repels the upper light from below upward. And as the measure of the level of ascent of reflected light, so is the level of direct light extended in it. Hence, if the level of reflected light increases with great power, it is considered that the lion is eating the offerings as a mighty man, upright and with strength. For by the strength, its level increases and rises. This is why it was said that all the dogs, the slanderers, would hide from it and would not come out to slander. It is so because the klipa of reception for oneself is called a dog. As the Zohar says about the words, the leech has two daughters, have, give, which howl as dogs and say, have, give us the wealth of this world, and have us the wealth of the next world. This is the strongest klipa, whose strength grows most opposite the light of Yehuda. As it is written, deliver my soul from the sword, my only one, Yehuda, from the dog. That klipa is the opposite of the lion who eats the aforementioned offerings. It is so because as the lion, chesed, is all to bestow and not receive, like the quality of Hasid, the pious. What's mine is yours and what's yours is yours. The dog klipa is all to receive and nothing to bestow. It is as we learn about the righteous ones among the nations of the world, that all the grace that they do for themselves, since they are connected to the dog klipa. This is why it was said that when Israel were whole and were rewarded with the discernment of the lion that eats its offerings, all the dogs would hide from it and would not come out, since they raised man with great might. By that, they gave power to the screen in Malchut to repel the upper light from it and above with great might. Thus, the amount of reflected light that was in the level was very high, as it was said that he was eating the offerings as a mighty man. Hence, even those harsh klipot, which are the dogs, all fled and took cover and hid for fear of the might of that lion that would not come out of their hiding.
97. Since they caused their iniquities, he descended into the degrees below and killed that lion. Since because he did not wish to give him as his prey as before, it is regarded as though he killed it. Hence, indeed, he struck the lion into the pit, meaning before the other side, the evil one. When the other side saw it, it grew stronger and sent a dog to eat the offerings from over the altar instead of the lion. That lion is called Uriel, whose face is the face of a lion. And the name of that dog is Baladan, with the letters of Bal Adam, not human, with the letter Mem being replaced with the Nun, since he is not at all a man, but a dog, and the face of a dog. Because the screens were revoked from Bon and from Sag, Israel below could no longer raise man, which is the nourishment of the lion. Hence, the coupling stopped, and the upper light, the lion, departed. It is regarded as though he killed that lion, for he rose above to his root and disappeared from the lower ones. This is why it was said, struck the lion into the pit before the other side, the evil one, since the root of reception for oneself is in the Einaim, the eyes, for the eyes see and the heart covets. This reception is called a pit, because it is an empty pit without water, meaning that the upper light is not drawn into there. As we learn, he and I cannot dwell in the same abode. He struck the lion into the pit before the eyes of the other side, the evil one, because striking the lion was before the evil eyes of the Sitra Achra, called a pit. which are the broken cisterns that will not hold the water. And now they have come out of their hiding and appeared with great domination. He sent a dog to eat the offerings, because the opposite of the lion that eats the offerings is that dog which always howls, have, give, give. That lion, whose name is Uriel, whose face is the face of a dog, of the lion, the name of El, God, is Chesed, right. And the lion, the light of Chesed, is called Uriel, illuminate God, meaning light that is extended from the name El. His face is to the right, bestow, as it is written, all four had the face of a lion on the right. And the name of that dog was Baladan, for he was not at all a man, but a dog. Zeranpin is called a man when he has mochin from Binah, which is Adam in Gematria, 45. Adam, Aleph, Daled, Mem. Binah is bestow. Hence we learn, you are called men, and the nations of the world are not called men, because all the greats that they do it for themselves. This is why he is called Baladan, with the letters Bal Adam, because the final mem is replaced with a final nun. 98. And he struck the lion inside the pit on the day of the snow, the day when they caused the iniquities, when the judgment was sentenced above from the upper courthouse. This is why it is written, she is not afraid of the snow for her household, which is the upper din, judgment, called snow. Also, it is written that she is not afraid because her entire household is dressed in scarlet. Hence, she could tolerate a strong fire. The judgments corresponding to the male are called snow. Hence, it is considered that they are extended from the upper courthouse. These judgments are very harsh at first, but they become light in the end, for they are mitigated only in the end, which is the nukva. And opposite these judgments, the nukva said, sustain me with raisin cakes, Hebrew ashishot, which implies two ishot, two fires, the upper fire, binah, and her own fire. Then, once she has these two fires, she mitigates the judgments, which are as cold as snow, since her fire takes out their chill. This is why it was said, she's not afraid of the snow for her household, which is the upper judgment, the harsh male judgments. She's not afraid because her entire house is dressed in scarlet. Scarlet is two fires. And since her house is dressed in two fires, she's not afraid of the snow for her house. Moreover, snow is mitigated inside her fires. This is why it was said that she could tolerate a strong fire, that this snow helps her tolerate her fires. He tells us now that the screens, and that now that the screens and the couplings of Bon and Sag have been revoked, and those two fires have been revoked, the judgments of snow have regained their strength. They imply that what is presented thus far appeared immediately after the coupling of Atik Yomin. But what is written afterwards is a consequence and comes after that.
99. Afterwards, it is written, and he struck an Egyptian, a man in view, and killed him with his own spear. It comes to alert that each time Israel sinned, he departed and prevented all the abundance from them and all the lights that illuminated for them. He struck an Egyptian, is light that was illuminating for Israel. And he is Moses, of whom it is written, and they said, an Egyptian saved us from the shepherds. Since he was born and raised in Egypt, and there he rose to the upper light. The text does not refer to an actual person, but to light, since he cancelled and concealed the light, which is regarded as though he killed him. This is why it was said that it is that light that illuminated for Israel, and it is Moses. That is, it cancelled the great light of the illumination of Moses unto Israel, and calls it an Egyptian, because he was born and raised in Egypt. As it is written, and Moses grew and went out to his brothers, where he was rewarded with the upper light, the redemption of Israel from Egypt. Item 100. A man in view. In view, as it is written, in view and not in riddles. A man is, as it is written, a man of God, seemingly the husband of that view of the glory of God, Malchut. For he was rewarded with conducting this degree in the earth in all that he wished. This, no other man has been rewarded. The difference between Moses and the rest of the prophets is that Moses was a Merkava for Zeranpin. He would build and bestow from Zeranpin to the Nukva, but the rest of the prophets were a Merkava for the Nukva and were given by the Nukva. This is why it was said, a man of God, the husband of that view, the Nukva, called the glory of God. He is regarded as the husband of divinity. He was rewarded because he was rewarded with leading this degree. For he is a Merkava for Zeranpin, building, imparting, and leading the Nukva. No other man has been rewarded with it, since the rest of the prophets were a Merkava for the Nukva, and the Nukva was giving to them. Thus they are below her, guided by her. Hence, no other person in the world has been rewarded with the quality of Moses.
101. The Egyptian had a spear in his hand. This is the staff of God that was given to him, and the staff of God in my hand is the staff that was created on the eve of the Sabbath, in the twilight, in which a holy carving is engraved, the holy name. With that staff, he sinned with the rock, as it's written, and struck the rock twice with his rod. The Creator told him, Moses, I did not give you my staff for this. Thus, henceforth, it will not be in your hand. The twilight is the great sweetening of Malchut and Bina, to the point that it is indistinguishable whether it's Malchut or Bina. This is so because on Sabbath, Malchut rises to Abba Ve'ima and becomes Bina. And on the eve of the Sabbath, in the twilight, she is no longer actually Bina, but is also not discerned as Malchut. This is the meaning of the 10 things that were created in the twilight, when their origin is indistinguishable, whether from Bina or from Malchut. Since then, the Nukva herself is indistinguishable. This is the meaning of the staff that was created on the eve of Sabbath in the twilight, and for which a holy carving is engraved in it, the holy name. Engraving the holy name points to Bina, from whom the holiness extends. Holy carving points to Malchut, which is only a carving to receive the holy name. These two carvings were included in the staff as one, indistinguishable discernment, since it was created on the eve of the Sabbath in the twilight. Hence, it could extend all the lights and all the miracles and wonders upon Israel, which are the extension of the lights of Bina and Malchut. Through it, Moses was rewarded with upper Bina and with being the man of God. This is called the staff of God, after Bina, and it is called a spear, Vav of Havaya, which makes a coupling with the bottom He. Malchut is called Tzur, flint, and Bina is called rock. The inner coupling of Zon, when rising to Abba Ve'ima, and the Nukva uses the vessels of Ima, that coupling by striking is called speech. And the outer coupling of Zon, in their own place, is called coupling by striking. This is the meaning of what was said to Moses. And you shall strike the rock, and water will come out of it. Since the flint is Malchut, in which there is striking. However, it's also written, and speak to the rock before their eyes, and it will yield its water. Since when the rock is in Bina's place, the coupling is called speech. And this is the sin of Moses, for he used his staff twice, since besides hitting its flint, he also struck the rock, meaning twice. Thus, he had sinned with the rock, since there is no striking in it, only speech. He sinned in the rock with this staff, since because it was indistinguishable whether the staff of God belonged to Malchut or to Binah. He used it on the rock as well, as it's written, and struck the rock twice with his rod, the flint and the rock. The Creator told him, Moses, I did not give you my staff so you would use it on the rock as well. 102. Promptly. And he went down to him with a club, meaning with harsh judgment, and snatched the spear from the Egyptian's hand. Since from that time forth, that staff, the spear, has been devoid of him, and he will not have it forever. And killed him with his own spear. For because of that sin of striking the rock with the staff, he died and did not enter the Holy Land. And this light was prevented from Yisrael. This is so because by the great coupling of Atik Yomin, the Sag did not need to be cancelled whatsoever, only the Bon. And then the Bon would immediately rise and become Sag for all eternity. However, since the Sag and the Bon were attached together, the Sag was cancelled along with the Bon. And because of that, the temples were ruined in the meantime. For the same reason, Moses' illumination to the children of Israel was cancelled, for he sinned most in the connection of the Bon with the Sag by the striking of the rock. For this reason, and he went down to him with a club, with harsh judgment, for the cancellation of the Sag was done in harsh judgment, since indeed he had no connection with the Bon. And the cancellation of the Bon did not concern him at all. It is written, it will be known as bringing upwards axes in a thicket of trees, and now all its carved work they smash together with hatchet and hammers. Due to the raising and sweetening of Malchut and her ascent to Binah, it has now become as though bringing upward axes in a thicket of trees. For the Sag too has been cancelled by that ascent, meaning with a hatchet and hammers. This is why it was written, and snatched the spear from the Egyptian's hand. Since from that time forth, the staff, the spear, was never in his hand because the spear actually belonged to Bon. For this reason, his illumination has been revoked forever, since the Bon itself was later renewed and became Sag for eternity. Hence, there is no longer interest in using the staff for striking. Hence it was written, and killed him with his own spear. For because of that sin of striking the rock with the staff, he died. Had he been cautious, using it only with flint and not with rock, the Sag would not have been cancelled with the Bon, and he would not have died, but would immediately rise to Sag. He did not enter the Holy Land because the land of Israel is the ascent of Bon to the Sag. Hence, it is called the Holy Land. This is so because the Mochin of Bina, which shine in at that time, are called holiness. And prior to the end of correction, while there are ups and downs, there are ruins and exiles because of it. But at the end of correction, Bon will remain in Sag forever, as in regard to the land of Israel, and there will never be any exile.
103. It is written, he was more honorable than the 30, but he did not come to the 3. And David set him to his discipline. These are the upper 30 years from which he would take and extend below. He would take of them and draw near, but did not come to the 3. Rather, they would come to him and give him willingly, and he did not come to them. Now, Chabad are called 30. 3 Sfirot, each of which comprises 10. These are the whole of the Mochin that shine during the 6,000 years. And the soul of Benayahu that comes from the great coupling of Atik Yomin, that collects from all of those couplings of the 6,000 years in a coupling of a man of many deeds, Mekabtzel, on a single level, which is Benayahu ben Yehoyada. It follows that he receives and is honored by all those upper 30 years, which he would take from the Mochin of 30 years, which extend to his soul, which are extended to his soul below, at the end of them all. And from them he would take and draw near. Since his whole level is only from what he took and gathered of their couplings, which come one at a time. And yet, he did not come to the 3. They would come to him and give him willingly. He did not come to them. For although they gave him all of his sublime merit willingly, he still could not come to them afterwards and receive more from them. Since by the revocation of the screen of Bon, his screen of Sag was revoked as well. He remained without a screen. Hence he could not come to them to raise man and to receive more from them. 104. Even though he was still not counted and calculated by them, it is still written, and David set him to his discipline, meaning that he never parted from his heart, for they never part. David paid attention to him, but he did not pay attention to David, because the praises, the songs, and the mercy that the moon does towards the sun draw her towards her, making his dwelling place be with her. This is the meaning of, and David set him to his discipline. David is Malchut, the fourth leg of Gal. Although it cannot come to the upper 30 years, which are Gal, still, David set him to his discipline, meaning he clung to him and never moved from his heart. The reason is that all the wholeness in Malchut is revealed in him, since he is from the great coupling of Atik Yomin, which arrests all of the shells from the name Bon. As it is written, death will be swallowed up forever. This is why it was said that David paid attention to him, that he never parted from his heart, for his wholeness is in him. But Benayahu ben Yehoyada did not pay attention to David, since David is the fourth leg of Gar. Since, as he cannot receive from the Gar, so he could not receive from David. And so he did not pay attention to him. Through the praises, the songs, and the mercy that the moon does for the sun, meaning through the man that Malchut, the moon, raises to Zeranpin, the sun, she extends upon her the illumination of the soul of Benayahu ben Yehoyada, her last wholeness, so his dwelling will be with her, that he may adhere to her forever. 105. Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Abba bowed face down before him. At that time, they did not see him. They rose, looked to all the sides, but did not see him. They sat, wept, and could not speak to one another. Rabbi Abba said, this must be what we learned, that whichever way the righteous walk with words of Torah among them, the righteous from the world come to them, from that world come to them to disclose to them words of Torah. It must be that Rav Himnon Saba came to us from that world to disclose these things to us. And before we got to know him, he went away and disappeared from us. They rose and wished to drive the donkeys, but the donkeys would not go. They wished to drive them again, but they would not go. They feared and left the donkeys, and to this day that place is called the place of the donkeys, for they could not tolerate that great light that appeared to them upon the disclosure of these secrets, and bow down before him. At that time they did not see him, since after they were rewarded with receiving from him his great and sublime degree, he promptly disappeared from them, and they could no longer find him and catch up with him. Hence, their sorrow was so great that they sat and wept until they could not speak to one another.
They said, it is Rav Himnona Saba. For now, they have recognized his degree, that he was Rav Himnon Saba himself, and not as they previously thought, that he was only Rav Himnon Saba's son. They rose and wanted to drive the donkeys. For the donkeys are the forces that the soul of Rav Himnon Saba gave them, so they could raise man to obtain the degrees Hiya and Yehuda, which they obtained through him. He put them on the donkeys and walked before them to light the path of the righteous for them. And now that he has completed his task and disappeared from them, they wished to climb up and ride his donkeys once again, meaning raise man once more to attain him once again. However, they wished to lead them, but they would not walk. For now they could no longer receive from the donkeys the strength to raise man. Hence they feared and left the donkeys in that place where Rav Himnon Saba disappeared from them, and marked that place by the name the place of the donkeys, after the event of not being able to use them anymore.
106. Rabbi Elazar started and said, "How great is your goodness, which you have concealed for those who fear you, which you have made for those who take refuge in you, before people. How much is the honorable upper good that the Creator is destined to do for people, to those upper righteous who fear sin, who engage in Torah, when they come to that world." It does not say your goodness, but great goodness. As it is written, they shall express the memory of your great goodness. And this is the life of pleasure that extends from the next world to the one who lives forever, who is called the memory of your great goodness. Indeed, it is as it is written, and great goodness to the house of Israel. The word great always indicates gadlut. Great goodness indicates a life of pleasure, mochin of Gar. Since the essence of the Parzuf and its life is mochin of Vak, which is received from the coupling of Abba Ve'ima to sustain the worlds. However, there is also mochin of addition, which delights the living. These are mochin of Gar, and they are called great goodness and a life of pleasure. This is why it was said that extends from the next world to the one who lives forever, since mochin of Gar, which are Hochma, extend from the Bina, which is called the next world, and clothed in an honorable clothing of Chasadim, which comes from the coupling of Yesodot, called the one who lives forever. From there, the mochin arrive to the righteous who fear sin. 107. We should also interpret how great is your goodness. That here the meaning of the Hochma is engraved, and all the secrets are included here. Great is a great and strong tree, Zeranpin. Since there is a smaller tree than him, the Malchut. This Zeranpin is great and brings him
in the height of firmaments. We should understand that in this verse, the internality of Hochma is registered, and all the secrets are included in it. Hochma indicates couplings of Atik, and all the secrets indicates the completion of the entire correction. Ma is the world, is the lower world. Great points to a great and strong tree, Zeranpin, upon his clothing over Ab. At that time, he is called a great tree, after the Hochma, and he is called strong in and of himself. However, when Zeranpin is in his own place, he is only called a tree. This is why it is said, since there is another tree smaller than him, the Malchut, which is called a tree too. Zeranpin is great, and when he clothes the level of Ab, he is called great, and brings him in the height of the firmaments, since the height of Ab reaches up to Keter, called the height of the firmaments. Since the Ab dresses over Partzuf Keter, hence Ab raises the Zeranpin to the height of the firmaments. Item 108. Your goodness is the light that was created on the first day of the work of creation, which you have concealed for those who fear you, since he concealed it for the righteous in the world. Which you have made is the upper Garden of Eden, as it is written, the place which you have made for your dwelling, O Lord. This is the meaning of made for those who take refuge in you. The light that was created on the first day is the light that Adam HaRishon watched from the end of the world to its end. It is the 5 times light that are set on the first day of the work of creation. For the righteous in that world, in the next world, since the light was concealed in Yesodot, which are Tzaddik, righteous, and Tzedek, justice, of Abba V'Ima, which is called the next world. Those Tzaddik and Tzedek are called those who fear you. Hence the power of concealment in them, and from them that light is received by the righteous. Made is the upper Garden of Eden, since prior to that it is written, which you have concealed. It means that the Mochin come in a garment of honor of Tzaddik and Tzedek, concealed, covered by those garments. And here it says made, which means an open act without the above mentioned cover. He brings evidence from the verse, the place which you have made for your dwelling, O Lord, meaning a complete and open act. The Zohar explains that made refers to the upper Garden of Eden, which is operated and is excluded from those previous mochin in the verse, which apply during all 6,000 years. And the meaning of the words, how great is your goodness, which you have concealed for those who fear you, is that they are the mochin of the entire 6,000 years. You have made all those through the great coupling of Atik Yomin for those who take refuge in you, as these mochin elicit and operate the upper Garden of Eden, which where the complete righteous who take refuge in the Creator stay, like those souls of Benayahu ben Yehoyada. These are rewarded with receiving from the great coupling of Atik, assembled from all those mochin of the 6,000 years. Know that the resting place of the souls is called the Garden of Eden. There is the Garden of Eden of the earth, called the lower Garden of Eden, regarded as Vak. Then there's the upper Garden of Eden, Gar of the Garden of Eden. All the souls are present only in the lower Garden of Eden. However, on beginnings of months and on Shabbat, they rise to the upper Garden of Eden and then return to their place. However, there are a chosen few whose place is in the upper Garden of Eden. Rabbi Shimon said about it, I've seen the elevated ones, that they are few.
In item 109. The lower Garden of Eden is where all the righteous stand, in a spirit that dresses in a garment of honor, in the same way and manner that it was in this world. This is the meaning of the words, before people, that is, in the same form of people in this world. They stand there, and they fly in the air from there, and rise to the seminary of the firmament in that Garden of Eden of above, where they fly and bathe in the dew of rivers of pure persimmon, and descend and stay below in the lower Garden of Eden. The primary difference between Ga and Zat in the Parzufim and Neshamot is that Ga can receive light of Hochma as it is. They have no need for Hochma to clothe in a garment of light of Chasadim for them. But the Parzufim of Vak, as well as the Neshamot that are born out of Zon, who is primarily Vak, can receive the light of Hochma only when it is clothed in light of Chasadim. The lower Garden of Eden, where all the righteous stand in the spirit that dresses in a garment of honor, in the same way and manner that they were in this world. As it is written, before people, since the Ruach of all the righteous in the lower Garden of Eden clothes in a garment of honor of light of Chasadim, like the souls of people in this world. Through this garment of honor, called Avir, they can rise to the upper Garden of Eden, receive light of Chokhmah from there, and subsequently return to their place in the lower Garden of Eden. They stand there means that their permanent place is primarily in the lower Garden of Eden, and fly in the air from there and rise to the seminary of the firmament in that Garden of Eden from above. Through this Abba Ve'ima, the light of Chasadim, they fly and rise to the upper Garden of Eden to receive Chokhmah. There they fly and bathe in the dew of rivers of pure persimmon, since the light of Chokhmah that they receive there in the Garden of Eden is called 13 rivers of pure persimmon. For the Chokhmah is called oil, And the number 13 points to the Hochma of the 32 paths. Afterwards, they come down and stay below, since they cannot remain there. Immediately after the reception of Hochma within their garment of honor, they come down from the upper Garden of Eden to their place, to the lower Garden of Eden. And since they should receive the Hochma within the clothing of Chasadim, like souls of people in this world, the text calls them before people as well, since they have the same form as people in this world, for they too need clothing of Chasadim like them.
110. ולפעמים הצדיקים האלו נראים נגד בני אדם.
110. Sometimes these righteous appeared to people, making miracles for them, like the upper angels, such as we saw now, the upper illumination. And we were not rewarded with observing and knowing the secrets of the wisdom further.
הכוונה על נשמות יחידי הסגולה, שבגן העדן העליון.
This refers to the souls of the chosen few in the upper Garden of Eden, although their merit is so high that even the souls in the lower Garden of Eden that rise to them on beginnings of months and on Sabbaths cannot remain there, but promptly descend to their places. Hence, sometimes they appear to people, descending from the upper Garden of Eden to this world, appearing to people like high angels that sometimes descend to this world. It is as he now saw the light of the upper illumination of Rav Hamnuna Saba, who descended to them from the height of his degree, from the upper Garden of Eden, and appeared to them in this world. The verse explains before people in two ways. One, referring to the souls in the lower Garden of Eden who have the form of people. He made for them the sublime lights in the upper Garden of Eden, so they could receive from there through ascending on beginnings of months and on Sabbaths. At that time they are rewarded with greeting the souls in the upper Garden of Eden and descend back to their places. 2. Before actual people in this world means that those souls in the upper Garden of Eden sometimes descend to this world like high angels and appear to the righteous. This is why it was said, we were not rewarded with observing and knowing the secrets of the wisdom further, complaining that he promptly disappeared from them. And since that time he has not been rewarded with attaining the secrets of the Torah thus far.
111.
פתח רבי אבא, ויאמר
Rabbi Abba started and said, and Manoach said to his wife, we will surely die, for we have seen God. Even though Manoach did not know what he was doing, as it is written, for Manoach did not know that he was the angel of the Lord. Nevertheless, because it is written, for man shall not see me and live, and we did see, hence we will surely die. And we saw and were rewarded with this light that was walking with us and still existed in the world, since the Creator sent it to us to inform us the secrets of the wisdom that it revealed. Happy are we. Explanation. When the angel of the Lord appeared to Manoach, his attainment of it was incomplete, since the angel did not wish to tell him his name. Yet he feared the verse, "For man shall not see me and live." But we were rewarded with the complete attainment, for we knew his name, Rav Hibnon Saba, and we live and exist in this world. From this, you understand that the meaning of receiving the degree of Rav Hibnon Saba is as considered, "I pray you, show me your glory," which Moses asked of the Creator, of which the Creator told him, "You cannot see my face, for men shall not see me and live." It follows that their attainment is greater than Moses' attainment. We learn that no prophet such as Moses has risen, but a sage did rise. And also, a sage is preferable to a prophet. By that they were praising themselves, and we were rewarded with this light, of which it was written, "For men shall not see me and live," which was walking with us, and we are alive in this world. 112. They went and reached a mountain as the sun was setting, and the branches of the tree started to knock on each other and sing. As they were walking, they heard a loud voice saying, "Holy sons of God, you who are scattered among the living in this world, you, the lights of the members of the seminary, gather unto your places to play with your master in the Torah." They feared and remained standing still and sat. Explanation. They went and reached a certain mountain. It's the mountain of which King David said, "Who will rise on the mountain of the Lord? Who will ascend up the mountain of the Lord, and who will rise in his holy place?" When they climbed the mountain, the sun was setting, implying that their illuminations departed, and the branches of the tree were rattling against each other, which is the conversation of the trees, and they heard singing from them, as it is written, "And all the trees of the forest shall sing with joy." They heard a loud voice telling them to return to their place, to play with the Lord and His Torah, meaning to come down from the mountain. He calls them holy sons of God after their sublime degree. However, he hints to them that people in this world are not worthy of dwelling together with them. This is the meaning of his intimation to them: you who are scattered among the living in this world, that is, the people in this world are not worthy of them, for they would not be able to tolerate each other. This is why it was said that fear came over them. Yet they did not come down from the mountain, but rose, sat, and did not move from their place. 113. In the meantime, a voice came out as before and said, "Strong rocks, high hammers, behold the owner of the colors, who is embroidered in images, standing on a pillar. Come in and gather." At that time they heard the sound of the branches of the trees, loud and strong. They said, "The voice of the Lord breaks down the cedars." Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Abba bowed down, and a great fear fell upon them. They rose hastily and went away. and they heard nothing. They went out of the mountain and walked away. It was clarified earlier that this is why they could not drive the donkeys, meaning that they could no longer raise man, because Rav Himnon Saba has already finished his task to assist them. Hence, the power of his donkeys was cancelled too, and they could not use them anymore for raising man and being rewarded with a higher degree. Thus, Rabbi Elazar said above, we were not rewarded with observing and knowing the secrets of the Torah, of the wisdom, further. We should understand the attainment of the mochin and the cancellation of the strength for raising man. Once they had obtained the degree of Yehuda, which is the revelation of the soul of Benayahu ben Yehoyada through Rav Himnon Saba, what occurred to them was, as was explained about the soul of Benayahu ben Yehoyada. This is because once the screen of Bon had been revoked from them, the screen of Sag has been revoked along with it. Thus they could no longer raise man and left the donkeys. It was explained that the entire cessation of illumination of the Guf of Adik was in order to impart them with the strength to sort out the screen of Sag for them once more, and then the Bon would return to being Sag. Then they will raise man anew, and will go once more from strength to strength. Also, since Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Abba left the donkeys and went thus far, all the adventures sufficed for them to sort out new strength for raising man and bringing the Bon back to being Sag. This is why it was said that a voice came out as before and said, strong rocks, high hammers. The voice was implying to them that they were strong rocks and high hammers, since they endured all the great trials thus far and withstood them as strong rocks. Also, they prevailed over all the obstacles until they smashed them as a great hammer that comes down from very high. By that they caused, behold, the owner of the colors embroidered in images standing on the pillar, since the Binah, which is called the owner of the colors, as she herself is colorless, but is all rachamim, mercy, but all the colors awaken and come out from her. And through their endurance as a mighty rock against all those trials, now the Binah has been embroidered with images anew. This is why he calls Binah the owner of the colors embroidered in images, since she received the power to be corrected with a screen on which new levels and degrees, called images, emerge, while she stands on the pillar, the throne. And now the Binah has been established in the throne as before. Hence it was said, come in and gather. It is time for you to enter into your place in holiness as before. At that time, they heard the sound of the branches of the trees, loud and strong. They said, the voice of the Lord breaks down the cedars. This means that along with the voice that told them that the screen of Binah and the throne has been established, they also heard a voice from the branches of the trees saying, "The voice of the Lord breaks down the cedars." This implies to them that all the cedars that were impediments on their way to holiness have been broken. They went out of the mountain because now they mustered the strength to come out of the mountain and make their walk in holiness as before. 114. When they arrived at the house of Rabbi Yossi, son of Rabbi Shimon, son of Lakunia, they saw Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai there and were glad. Rabbi Shimon was glad, and he told them, "You must have passed through a road of miracles and high tokens, for I have been sleeping now, and saw you and Rabbi Benayahu ben Yehoyada sending you 2 crowns through an old man to crown you. It must be that the Creator was on that way, for I see that your faces have changed." Rabbi Yossi said, "You said well that a sage is preferable to a prophet." Rabbi Elazar came and placed his head between the knees of his father, Rabbi Shimon, and told him the feet. This implies to 2 issues. 1. They have been rewarded once more with Mochin of Sag, the father-in-law of Rabbi Elazar, who is called Rabbi Yossi, son of Rabbi Shimon, son of Lakunia. 2. Now, the Sag connected with the Ab for them in a never-ending coupling. Since Rabbi Shimon, father of Rabbi Elazar, implies to Mochin of Ab. This is why it was said that when they arrived at the house of Rabbi Yossi, son of Rabbi Shimon, son of Lakunia, they saw Rabbi Shimon there, because now they've been rewarded with the great phase that their bond has become actual Sag again, forever, in a never-ending coupling with Ab as well. This is why he told them, "I saw you and Benayahu ben Yehoyada sending you 2 crowns through an old man." He hinted to them that Benayahu ben Yehoyada had sent them 2 crowns through Rav Himnona Saba. Mochin of Hiya, the phase of Benayahu ben Yehoyada himself, and 2, the new Mochin of Absag that they have now obtained, which are also extended by the power of Benayahu ben Yehoyada. In other words, he was implying and saying to them, this is the continuation of the trials and adventures that you had, and by which you were rewarded with the current degree. For it, too, is a direct extension of the great light of his soul. It therefore follows that Benayahu ben Yehoyada sent them 2 crowns through Rav Himnona Saba. This is why he told them it must be that the Creator was on that way, meaning that all those declines that occur to you are not false, but the Creator Himself was leading you to your current merit. For I see that your faces have changed. In addition to what you have attained, I see that your faces are extremely bright due to the road by which you went. If there were any flaws in it, you would certainly not be rewarded with an illuminating face the way I see you now. Rabbi Yossi said, "You said well that a sage is preferable to a prophet." They thought that this is why all those adventures happened to them, since they were conceited in their minds over Moses. For they thought about themselves, a sage is preferable to a prophet, since they said, and we saw and were rewarded with this light, which was going with us, and still we exist in the world. Rabbi Yossi comforted them about it. You said well, that a sage is preferable to a prophet. Your words are sincere.
115. Rabbi Shimon feared and cried. He said, O Lord, I have heard the report of you and I am afraid. Habakkuk said this verse when he saw his death and his revival by Elisha. He is called Habakkuk, as it is written, at this time next year you will embrace a son, since Habakkuk was the son of the Shunammite. And there were two embraces, one of his mother and one of Elisha, as it is written, and put his mouth on his mouth. We should seemingly ask, how is it possible that Prophet Elisha extended to the Shunammite a seed that is not of one who is sustainable? Prophet Elisha was greater than all the prophets, aside from Moses. He was rewarded with souls from the upper Garden of Eden, whose bon was already in complete purity and wholeness, as it is in the future. Hence, when he extended the son to her, he did not take the precaution of tying him to the male world, because he told her, you will embrace a son, and tied that embrace only to the side of Nukva. And since the Nukva, bon, is near the Klipot and Sitra Acha, the Sitra Acha clung to him and he died. It follows that the cause of death was the prophet's great sublimity, since his own bon was already cleaned of any grip of Sitra Acha and death. This is why the prophet was surprised, and the Lord concealed from me and did not tell me. In other words, he could not even contemplate that death would occur to him due to his connection only to the bon. Hence, he had to be revived and tied to the upper world at the revival of the dead. The actual newborn is the whiteness in it from Abba, Hochma, since the Hochma is called whiteness. As it is written, in wisdom you have made them all. However, it requires clothing of chasadim. Hence, Ima's redness is required, meaning the screen that extends chasadim to clothe the Chokhmah. It is considered that through the embrace of the chasadim to Chokhmah, the fetus extends and exists. This is why it was said that Habakkuk was the son of the Shunammite. That is the embrace of Chasadim in Hochma. that was performed on the fetus was all from his mother, the Shunammite, meaning only from the side of Bon. But he had two embraces, one of his mother and one of Elisha, since when he revived him, he re-extended for him whiteness and redness. And it follows that Elisha made the second embrace for him. 116. Elisha carved in words on Habakkuk the carved name of 72 names. Each word consists of 3 letters, since the letters of the alphabet that his father carved in him at first had fled from him when he died. And now that Elisha embraced him, he carved in him all those letters in the 72 names. The engraved letters of these 72 names are Resh Yud Vav, 3 letters in each name. Since the letters from which the newborn was built are 216 letters, and they are illumination of Hochma that extends from Yeshut. This is why the newborn is considered to have 216 letters in it, which are Hiya, sight, meaning the light of the eyes, Hochma. And upon the Gadlut, when receiving the clothing of Chasadim from the upper world, from Abba Ve'ima, and 216 letters clothe in them, he is called by the name 72 words, where each 3 letters connect into a single word, and they are 72 words. When he does not have chasadim for clothing, but only from the lower world, it is regarded as 216 letters. When he obtains the male Ab, chasadim from the upper world, all 3 letters conjoin into a single word, and 72 words are the name Ab.
וזה השם החקוק של אב שמות, שחקק אלישע.
This is the engraved name of 72 names that Elisha carved on Habakkuk in words. Since Elisha revived when Elisha revived the son of the Shunammite Habakkuk, he carved in him 72 words from 216 letters. He extended in him the chasadim of a higher world called Male Ab, which arrange the 216 letters in a correction of lines of 3 letters in each word. When the letters clothe in them, it is the name Ab, complete mochin of Hochma.
אבל מקודם לכן, בעת שלא היה לו אלא החסדים דנוקבה.
However, previously, while he had only chasadim of Nukva, they still lacked the combination of 72 words. That is, there were no words in them, meaning kelim from clothing of Chochmah. Rather, they are referred to only by the name 216 letters, because there is still a hold for the Sitra Acha in them. Hence, the mochin of Chochmah could not clothe there. And since the letters of the alphabet, which his father initially carved in him, the 216 letters that Habakkuk had from the time of his birth, fled and departed him at the time of death. he had to extend new 216 letters and 72 names for him. This is why it was said that Elisha carved all those letters in Habakkuk's spirit to revive him with the letters of 72 names, since he had to carve new 216 letters in him to join 216 letters into 72 words through the upper chasadim, at which time they become 72 names.
117. וכל האותיות האלו
117. Elisha carved all those letters in Habakkuk's spirit to revive him with letters of the 72 names. He called him Habakkuk, which is a name that complements and implies to all the sides. It complements and implies to two embraces, and complements and implies to the 216 letters of the holy name, since Habakkuk is 216 in Gematria, from which the 72 names were formed. He revived and brought back his spirit with 72 names, and revived to existence his entire body with 216 letters. Hence he is called Habakkuk. It is so because Habakkuk indicates two chibukim, embraces, meaning it complements and implies to two embraces. Also, Habakkuk is 216 in Gematria, complementing and implying to the 216 letters, since Hochma is called 216 letters. However, an embrace is required, meaning clothing of chasadim. In the first embrace, which was from his mother's side, the Hochma still could not be revealed in 216 letters, since the Sitra Achra had a hold of the redness of his mother. However, now that Elisha extended an embrace for him from the chasadim of the upper world, from Abba ve'Ima, the letters joined into words, and Mochin of Hochma permanently clothed in him. Since there is no longer a hold for the Sitra Achra in the chasadim of the upper world. Also, the name Habakkuk points to two embraces, an embrace of Ima and another embrace from Elisha. He is completed from Hochma and from chasadim in complete perfection, since he complements and implies to two embraces, and complements and implies to 216 letters. Embraces are the chasadim of Abba ve'Ima, and 216 letters are the Chochmah. This is why it was said that he revived and brought back his spirit with 72 words, and revived to existence his entire body with 216 letters. Since the words that were formed out of the 216 letters were made by the second embrace of Elisha.
חיבוקים הם המשכת החסדים מהעולם העליון.
Embraces are the chasadim from the upper world. In 216 letters, the Chochma,
כי מוחין דחוכמה משלימים את הגוף בכל השלמות הרצויה. אבל ריו האותיות
The mochin of Hochma complement the guf, the body, in all the needed perfection. However, the 216 letters that he had from his birth departed him upon death. Hence, why was Chavakuk named after two embraces? Did his mother's embrace not leave him upon death, and there was only Elisha's embrace in him? Indeed, Elisha did not extend anything new in him in his revival, except the embrace that he extended for him from Upper Ima, Sag, in whom there is the revival of the dead. Rather, the 216 letters, as well as the embrace from his mother, from Bon, were only revived. They are the same 216 letters and Bon from the time of his birth. For otherwise, he would have been a whole new soul, and you would not be able to attribute revival to him.
It follows that now he actually has two embraces, since the first embrace of his mother has been revived as well. But the Bon rose and clothed the Sag. And since the Bon is in the place of Sag, the Chasadim are regarded as being from the upper world, and there is no hold for the Sitra Achra in them, which is death. This is why Chavakuk is named after two embraces. 118. He said, Lord, I have heard the report of you and I am afraid. I heard what happened to me. I tasted from that world when he was dead, and before Elisha revived him. I am afraid. He began to ask for mercy for his soul and said, O Lord, the work that you have done for me for years will be his life. Anyone who connects to those early years, the Sfirot of Atik, life connects to him. As it is written, in the midst of the years make it known. Meaning, impart life upon that degree where there is no life, Malchut of Malchut. For make it known means bestow. His fear is from the past, since he already had been completed from all sides. And fear is impertinent in him now, except for the fear that he had at the time when he departed from the world. This is why he said, I heard what had happened to me. I tasted from that world, meaning after his demise, before Elisha revived him. From there he extends fear even now, to be a screen for him for raising man. This is why he began to ask for mercy for his soul. For by the force from the past, he began to raise man, meaning asked for mercy for himself. So is the screen in the future. Once the bone returns to being Sag, as it is written, death will be swallowed up forever. There will be no power that will make it possible to fear and to keep himself in purity and beware of any grip. At that time, all the fear will be from the past, since his Reshimot, records, will remain in Bon even after he has become Sag. This is necessary, for there is no correction of the screen without fear. Rabbi Shimon told them this commentary on Chavakuk in that regard, to teach them that they too will receive fear from the same path of miracles and high tokens that they had traversed, like Chavakuk, who used this fear according to his degree. This is why he said, O Lord, your work, which you have done for me for years, will be his life, since he had two discernments of years, years before his death and years after his revival. In between them, he was deceased in the world of truth. He says about the time when he was in that world, which are between the two discernments of years, your work, which you have done for me, in them his life will be. In other words, by remembering the period of my death between the years, I connect to the life of the upper world in which Elisha revived me. I heard what had happened to me, that I tasted from that world, and I am afraid. Zat of Atik are called the early years in regard to Malchut of Adam Kadmon, clothing in them. They are earlier than the first restriction, like Ak, and they do not shine in the 6,000 years, but at the end of correction. Since during the 6,000 years, Zat of Atik illuminate in regard to the correction of the second restriction, in the small letter Hey of BeHibaraam. However, Chavakuk's death completely purified him, like the end of correction. Hence he was rewarded with connecting to those early years of Atik through the embrace and the revival of the dead that he was granted by Elisha. Your work, which you have done for me for years, is the purity and fear that he was awarded during the years of his death. They will be his life, since by that fear he will be rewarded with connecting to those early years of Atik. This life is eternal life. And anyone who connects to those early years, life connects to him forever. This is why it was written, in the midst of the years make it known, meaning bestow life upon that degree in which there is no life. Since through the purity that he was granted by his death, Bon received his complete correction, having risen and becoming Sag upon his demise. And then he was in that degree in which there is no life at all, Malchut of Malchut, for whom there is no coupling prior to the end of correction. Now she too receives her life. 119. Rabbi Shimon wept and said, I too was afraid of the Creator of what I heard. He puts his hands on his head and said, but Rav Amnun Saba is the light of the Torah. You were granted seeing him face to face, and I was not. He bowed down and saw him uprooting mountains and lighting candles in the hall of the Messiah King. Rav Hamnun Saba said to him, "My Rav, in that world, you will be next to the heads of the seminaries before the Creator. From that day forth, he would call Rabbi Elazar his son, and Rabbi Abba Pniel. As it is written, for I have seen God face to face." He praised himself that he too was using that same fear of Prophet Habakkuk from what he had heard of the past. In the verse, I have heard the report of you and I am afraid. In the hall of the Messiah King, all the corrections that should be revealed at the end of correction, upon the arrival of the Messiah King, are already prepared and ready. Not a single detail is missing. And those souls in the hall of the Messiah King are all those who have already been rewarded with the end of correction from the root of their own soul. This is why he said that he saw him uprooting mountains and lighting candles in the hall of the Messiah King. Since Rav Hamnun Saba is the doer of these corrections in the hall of the Messiah, he uproots the mountains of the Sitra Achra, which seem to the righteous as a high mountain. He lights candles and corrects the new screen of Sag for raising Man at the end of correction. Since the Man is called the light of fire, this is, as it is written, man's soul is the Lord's candle. Since the light of the sun indicates the descent of the mud, like the light of the sun that comes down to us from above downwards. Also, the light of fire is reflected light that rises from below upwards like a flame rising from the candle. These are the two corrections. One, to remove the Sitra Achra. Two, to raise and to light the candles in the hall of the Messiah King. They are in the hands of Rav Hamnun Saba. Those complete righteous who need those two corrections are rewarded with them through the discovery of the soul of Rav Hamnun Saba. He told him that he and his students, Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Abba, would also be rewarded with serving in the hall of the Messiah King after their demise. They would be there next to him and be heads of seminaries there before the Creator. Article 2 points, item 120. Rabbi Hiya started, fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, a good mind for all those who do them. His praise endures forever. Should this verse not have said, fear of the Lord is the end of wisdom, since fear of the Lord is Malchut.
which is the end of wisdom, Hochma. However, Malchut is the first to enter the degree of upper Hochma. As it is written, open for me the gates of righteousness, the gates of Malchut, who is called Tzedek. This is the gate of the Lord. Indeed, if he does not enter by this gate, he will never enter the upper king. For he is sublime, hidden, and concealed. And he makes gates for himself, one atop the other. Explanation. Because the fear of the Lord is the Sfirah Malchut, who is at the end of the 10 Sfirot. Should he not have said, fear of the Lord is the end of wisdom? It was said about the upper king that he is sublime, hidden, and concealed, and he makes gates for himself, one atop the other. This is not an allegory, rather it is the lesson itself. Since being sublime, hidden, and concealed king, the thought cannot perceive him whatsoever. Hence he made many gates, one atop the other, by which he made it possible to approach him. As it is written, open for me the gates of righteousness. These are the gates that the Creator has made and made it possible for the righteous to approach him through those gates. At the end of all the gates, he made a gate with several locks. That gate is called Malchut of Malchut, the final point of all the upper gates. This last gate is the first gate for the upper Hochma. That is, it is possible to be rewarded with the upper Hochma only after the attainment of this last gate specifically. As for the attainment of the upper Hochma, it is the first gate. This is why it is written, fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Since fear of the Lord is called the last gate, which is the first for the wisdom of the Lord. 121. At the end of all the gates, he made a gate with several locks, several openings in several holes, one atop the other. He said, anyone who wishes to come into my place, this gate will be the first toward me. One who enters will enter through this gate.
Here too, the first gate for the upper Hochma is the fear of the Lord, which is Malchut. And this one is called first. We should thoroughly understand what the meaning of locks, openings, and halls.
ותדע שהם שלוש צורות הבאות בזו אחר זו.
Know that they are three forms that come one after the other over a single substance. This is a very deep matter, and I will exert to clarify as best as possible, enough to somewhat understand the words of the Zohar before us. We should know that although it is clear that the thought cannot perceive him whatsoever, the truth is that the thought of creation is to delight his creatures, and no pleasure is perceived by the creature while he must be separated from the Creator. Moreover, we learn that the Creator craves to dwell in the lower ones. The common thing in understanding those two matters, which deny each other, is that the world was created in complete oppositeness from the Creator, from one end to the other, in every single point. This is so because this world was created with a desire to receive, which is the opposite form of the Creator's, in whom there is not even a shred of this desire. As it is written, and man is born the foal of a wild donkey. In that respect, all the issues of the governance of his guidance in this world are in total contrast to the thought of creation, which is only to delight his creatures. For it is according to the desire to receive in us, which is our standard and our tastefulness. This is the meaning of the locks on the gates. First, all the many contradictions to his uniqueness, which we taste in this world, separate us from the Creator. Yet, when exerting to keep Torah and mitzvot with love, with our soul and might, as we are commanded to bestow contentment upon our Maker, all those forces of separation do not affect us into subtracting any of the love of the Creator with all our souls and might. Rather, in that state, every contradiction we have overcome becomes a gate for attainment of His wisdom.
This is so because there's a special quality in each contradiction, revealing a special degree in attaining Him. And those worthy ones who have been rewarded with it turn darkness into light, and bitter into sweet. For all the powers of separation from the darkness of the mind and the bitterness of the body have become to them gates for obtainment of sublime degrees. Thus the darkness becomes a great light, and the bitter becomes sweet. Hence, to the extent that they previously had all the conducts of his guidance toward the forces of separation, now they have all been inverted into forces of unification and sentence the entire world to the side of merit. This is because now each force serves for them as a gate of righteousness, by which they will come to receive from the Creator everything that He has contemplated for them, to delight them with the thought of creation. As it is written, "This is the gate of the Lord, the righteous will enter through it." However, prior to being rewarded with inverting the desire to receive in us through Torah and mitzvot, into reception in order to bestow, there are strong locks on those gates to the Creator. For then they have the opposite role, to drive us away from the Creator. This is why the forces of separation are called locks, since they block the gates of approaching and drive us away from the Creator. But if we overcome them, so they do not affect us, cooling His love from our hearts, the locks become doors, the darkness becomes light, and the bitter becomes sweet. Over all the locks, we can receive a special degree in His providence, and they become openings, degrees of attainment of the Creator. And those degrees that we receive on the openings become halls of wisdom.
Thus, the locks, the doors, and the halls are three forms that come upon our substance, the will to receive in us. Before we turn it into reception in order to bestow contentment upon our Maker, that substance turns the light to darkness and the sweet to bitter according to our taste. Since all the conducts of His providence drive us away from Him, at that time locks are made from the will to receive in us. And after we repent, when we are rewarded with receiving in order to bestow, all the locks become doors, and then the doors become halls. Remember this well, henceforth, for I will not repeat the words. He said, anyone who wishes to come into my place, this gate will be the first toward me. the end of all the gates, the last phase among them, the lowliest there is, can be called Malchut of Malchut. And he says that in order to be rewarded with the upper Hochma, this gate, the last of them, was made the first gate to the hall of upper wisdom. In truth, all the gates serve as doors and as halls of the Creator's wisdom. But it is impossible to obtain the upper wisdom unless by attaining specifically the last gate, since it is the first for the upper wisdom. This is why it is called first, meaning Bereshit, in the beginning, or at first, in which the Torah begins, since Bereshit indicates the fear of the Lord in relation to the last gate, which is the first for obtainment of the upper wisdom. 122. The letter Bet. The letter Bet from Bereshit in the beginning indicates that those two join together in Malchut. They are 2 points, one concealed and hidden, and one disclosed. And because they are not separated, they are called first, meaning only one and not two. For one who takes one takes the other two. It is all one, for he and his name are one, as it is written, that they may know that you are alone, whose name is the Lord. Explanation. These 2 points are the mitigation of the quality of judgment with the quality of mercy, when Malchut rose and was mitigated in Binah, the quality of mercy. As it is written, and they both walked together, Binah and Malchut. It follows that the screen that was established in Malchut consists of both of them. Hence, there are 2 points there conjoined as one. One is hidden and concealed, and one is disclosed. Since the judgment in the point of Malchut is hidden and concealed, and only the Rachamim, the mercy, from the point of Binah, is disclosed. Had it not been so, the world would not be able to exist. As we learn, first the world was created with the quality of judgment, is so that the world could not exist, and associated with it the quality of mercy. And because they are not separated, they are called first. Only one, and not two. Since one who takes one takes the other too. That is, although the quality of judgment is concealed, it does not mean that the coupling is not performed on her. But those 2 points have actually become one. And the point of Malchut receives this coupling with the point of Binah too. 8 in secret and not openly. This is what the name Reshit, beginning, in singular form indicates, that they are both one. It is all one, for he and his name are one. He indicates Binah, and his name indicates Malchut. In he and his name are one, both must be one. Because when they are one, Malchut too receives the upper coupling along with Binah, by which the quality of judgment is finally mitigated at the end of correction. And on that day, the Lord will be one, and his name one. Because of this quality of judgment, included in the letter Bet of Bereshit, she is called first to Hochma, because her correction will be at the end of correction. At that time, the upper Hochma will appear, as it is written, the earth shall be full of the knowledge of the Lord, since the last gate is the first gate to Hochma. And it is written that they may know that you alone, whose name is the Lord, for then the knowledge will be revealed in the whole of the earth. 123. Fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, a good mind for all those who do them. Why is Malchut called fear of the Lord? It is because Malchut is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. When one is rewarded, it is good. If he is not rewarded, it is bad. Hence, there is fear in that place. She is the gate to come into all the good that there is in the world. A good mind is those two gates, the 2 points that are as one. Rabbi Yossi said, a good mind is the tree of life, for it is a good mind without any evil at all. And because there is no evil in it, it is a good mind without evil. The last gate is called the fear of the Lord, of which it is written, fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. This is the tree of knowledge with which Adam Harishon sinned. For on this point, his punishment is death, and the great fear is to not blemish it. And the end of correction, when this point is completely corrected, in the full perfection, the verse, that death shall be swallowed up forever, will come true. This is why it is called the fear of the Lord. This is why it was said that there is fear in that place, and that she is the gate for all the good in the world, since the disclosure of the upper Hochma is all the good in the world, included in the thought of creation. And since the fear of the Lord is the first gate to the upper Hochma, it follows that it is the gate to all the good in the world. A good mind is those two gates, the 2 points that are as one. The 2 points are included in the letter Bet of Bereshit together. And when he does not say 2 points, but 2 gates, it refers to after the correction of Bon, when the 2 points are called 2 gates. For then both of them are good without any evil at all. Hence the words a good mind are possible. But prior to the end of correction, they are called the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Rabbi Yossi said, a good mind is the tree of life, for it is a good mind without any evil. Rabbi Yossi does not dispute Rabbi Hiya, since Rabbi Hiya explains the verse after the end, after the correction of Bon, when the 2 points have become 2 gates, and there is no evil in them, and they are a good mind without any evil. And Rabbi Yossi explains the verse prior to the end of correction, when they are considered the tree of knowledge of good and evil. This is why he says a good mind is the tree of life. The rampin in the Mochin of Ima called the tree of life, which is all good without any evil, even before the end of correction. However, the 2 points are good and evil prior to the end of correction, for which the Malchut is called the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
For all those who do them are the faithful Chasadim of David, keepers of the Torah. Those who keep the Torah are seemingly the ones who make it. There is no doing in all those who engage in Torah while they are engaged in it. However, there is doing in those who keep it, and by that the verse, "His praise endures forever," comes true, and the throne is properly sustained. Explanation. The gate of the fear of the Lord is the last gate. It is the first gate to the upper Hochma. It follows that all those who engage in Torah, who have already corrected the last gate, and the 2 points have become 2 gates for them, which are a good mind without evil. It is considered that there is no doing in them, which is the tree of knowledge, good and evil. However, there is doing which is good and evil in those who have not yet been rewarded with the end of correction, those who are called keepers of the Torah, since they have not yet corrected the sin of the tree of knowledge. Also, those who keep the Torah are seemingly the ones who make it, because all those forces of separation are inverted and become gates. Each lock becomes a door, and each door becomes a hall of wisdom. By those who keep the Torah, all the sublime degrees that are included in the thought of creation to delight his creatures come and become revealed. It follows that all the wisdom and the whole Torah are revealed only by those who keep the Torah, meaning those in whom there is doing, in whom there is good and evil. This is why they are called keepers of the Torah, for it appears only through them. The verse calls them those who do them, for they are seemingly the ones who make the Torah. This is so because were it not for their concealments, which have become gates through their prevailing, the Torah would not have been revealed. This is why it was said, those who keep the Torah are seemingly the ones who make it. That is, they are regarded as the ones who seemingly make it, revealing it. It was said that the Torah seemingly preceded the world. Certainly, the Creator made it. But were it not for the good deeds of those who keep the Torah, it would never have been revealed. Hence, they are regarded as the doers and the makers of the Torah. By that, the verse, His praise endures forever, is sustained, meaning, by the force of those who keep the Torah, you find that His glory, which is all the wisdom in all the Torah, endures forever and ever, including after the end of correction, since then, too, they will need the fear of the Lord. After the correction of the tree of knowledge, they will have nowhere to take fear of the Lord except the past, related to those who keep the Torah. It follows that they establish the glory of the Creator forever and for all eternity. This is why it was said, the throne is properly sustained. For by that, the throne of the Lord is properly sustained forever.